Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted over 200 feet above the flying carriage, and Han Li's trio emerged. Han Li had managed to react in the instant before the surprise attack, and he immediately teleported the three of them out of the carriage. Han Li was currently standing in mid-air, looking down at the lake with a grim expression. The fact that the enemy down below had been able to conceal themselves from both him and Daoist Xia was a testament to their powers. It was clear that a truly powerful being had tracked them down. Right at this moment, the massive green hand exploded into countless water droplets that rained back down into the lake. At the same time, the water in the lake churned violently, following which a hall that was around 100 feet tall emerged. The hall was completely translucent and was glowing with faint blue light, looking as if it had been constructed purely from the water of the lake. At the entrance of the hall stood a green-armored woman with a slightly dark complexion, and she was appraising Han Li with a cold expression. The devilish woman was giving off the unfathomable aura of a grand ascension stage being, and Han Li's expression changed drastically at the sight of her. Yuan Cha. Your true body has descended into the spirit realm. A cold smile appeared on the woman's face as she replied, I didn't think that I would get to meet you so soon. You've crossed me on more than one occasion, and this is where your life ends. If you surrender yourself to me, perhaps I could consider granting you a swift and painless death, but if you resist, you'll only be setting yourself up for pain and suffering. Do you really think I'll fear you just because your true body is here? I've encountered multiple sacred ancestors recently, and none of them have been able to do anything to me, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Even though it had been a long time since Han Li had seen Yuan Cha's true body, he had been pursued by one of her clones for a very long time, so he was still able to recognize her right away. However, he had grown far more powerful since then, and he had Daoist Xia by his side, so he wasn't overly concerned by this current situation. Yuan Cha raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but she continued in a completely emotionless voice, You've met other sacred ancestors? So you really are the one who emerged from that spatial passageway not long ago. I'm curious, how did a mere body integration cultivator like you manage to survive those encounters with sacred ancestors? I'll admit that you're truly an exceptional talent to have progressed so rapidly in your cultivation, but this is where your cultivation journey ends. As soon as her voice trailed off, Yuan Cha abruptly raised a hand and made a grabbing motion toward Han Li's trio. The water in the lake down below instantly erupted upward like a reverse waterfall, then transformed into a giant green hand again. However, this hand was over 10 times larger than the previous one, and it encompassed virtually the entire sky as it came crashing down toward Han Li's trio. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames before quickly making a hand seal. The silver fireball instantly transformed into a silver fire raven that was around a foot in size, and Han Li pointed a finger toward it, upon which it rapidly swelled to the size of a small mountain as it let loose a clear cry. Immediately thereafter, the giant fire raven crashed into the massive hand amid a resounding boom, and both of them exploded in unison. Water and fire intertwined high up in the air, forming thick pillars of water and fire that rose up into the heavens before instantly evaporating into dense water vapor that permeated through the entire surrounding area. A disdainful smile appeared on Yuan Cha's face as she uttered the word, gather. All of a sudden, countless specks of blue light appeared out of thin air, then entered the water vapor like droplets of rain. The water vapor immediately converged into a white mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and it descended while releasing countless blue runes. The mountain appeared to be completely weightless, but a grim look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of it, and he immediately transformed into a giant golden ape amid a flash of golden light before lashing out with both of his fists at once. A pair of golden fist projections was unleashed directly toward the descending mountain, and the blue runes rippled violently as if they could scatter at any moment, but the white mountain itself was completely unperturbed as it continued in its descent. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his fists before flipping his hands over to produce his pair of extreme mountains. After that, he let loose a thunderous roar and hurled both of the mountains up into the air with a violent swing of his arms. The two mountains instantly struck the underside of the blue mountain, and a burst of scintillating light erupted forth, followed by an earth-shattering boom. At the same time, devastating energy fluctuations surged through the air in all directions, causing the entire sky to warp and twist violently. Meanwhile, golden light flashed from Han Li's body to sweep up Zhu Guo, following which he strode forward and vanished into thin air in a flash. As for Daoist Xie, he merely disappeared on the spot as a gentle breeze. In the next instant, the devastating energy fluctuations swept through the spot where they had been standing just a moment ago. Yuan Cha's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the fearsome shockwaves, but she then chanted an incantation. The hall that she was situated in released a vast expanse of gentle blue light that parted the oncoming shockwaves with ease. After the scintillating light faded, the three mountains were revealed to be locked in an impasse, with the two extreme mountains opposing the white mountain from below. Countless shimmering blue runes were surging around the white mountain, while the black mountain was releasing waves of gray light, and the azure mountain was conjuring countless streaks of invisible sword chi that swept through the surrounding area. At this point, Han Li and Daoist Xie had already reappeared over 1,000 feet away. A cold look flashed through Yuan Cha's eyes as she pointed a finger upward while uttering the word seal. All of the blue runes revolving around the white mountain exploded in unison, and a burst of glacial power descended from the heavens. The two extreme mountains were instantly sealed within chunks of blue glacial ice, and Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this as he immediately raised a hand to summon a ball of silver flames. However, right as he was about to hurl the silver fireball toward the pair of extreme mountains in the distance, blue spiritual light suddenly flashed around him, and 8 translucent humanoid figures emerged, all of which were identical in appearance to Yuan Cha. However, their bodies were completely transparent, as if they were ice statues, and they pounced toward Han Li and Daoist Xie in unison. Zhu Guo wasn't perceived as a threat, so none of the humanoid figures were targeting her. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and the silver flames he had conjured up instantly transformed into a pair of silver fiery ropes that flew toward 2 of the approaching figures. At the same time, green and golden light flashed as his provenance golden body and spirit body also appeared before pouncing toward another 2 of the translucent humanoid figures. Meanwhile, Daoist Xie opened his mouth to unleash 4 pillars of golden light at once, which immediately pierced through the bodies of the remaining 4 translucent figures. The 2 humanoid figures that were bound by the pair of fiery ropes were instantly inundated by silver flames that evaporated them into nothingness, but the other 2 were able to fight on par with the golden body and spirit body, managing to hold their own in hand-to-hand combat. As for the 4 humanoid figures that were pouncing toward Daoist Xie, they were immobilized in the instant that the golden light passed through their bodies, and Daoist Xie thrust his palms toward them in a nonchalant manner to instantly destroy them. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he unleashed a pair of azure projections that vanquished the pair of translucent figures locked in combat with the golden body and spirit body as well. However, not only was Yuan Cha not alarmed or enraged by this, a faint smile appeared on her face as she suddenly made a hand seal. Countless specks of blue light suddenly appeared within an area of around half a kilometer again, then converged to form more translucent humanoid figures, numbering in excess of 100 on this occasion. Han Li was extremely alarmed to see this. If all of these translucent figures possessed the same powers as the first 8, then that meant that he would be facing over 100 devilish lord-level opponents. Surely even a sacred ancestor like Yuan Cha couldn't possess such an incredible ability. Han Li took a deep breath, and a gash appeared on his glabella, following which a black vertical demonic eye appeared. It was none other than his law destruction eye. The black demonic eye peered into the mass of translucent figures up ahead, and an enlightened look immediately appeared on Han Li's face as he abruptly reached out with a massive furry hand. Spatial fluctuations erupted, and the front half of his arm vanished into thin air. At the same time, golden light flashed in front of one of the translucent figures that had just taken shape before grabbing toward it like lightning. A panicked look immediately appeared on the translucent figure's face, and it hurriedly crossed its arms to form a barricade in front of itself. A blue ice shield then emerged before it amid a flash of blue light, following which it shot back in retreat like a speeding arrow. In contrast with the first 8 translucent figures, this one didn't dare to take on Han Li's attack at all. However, Han Li suddenly let loose a loud roar that made the entire space around him tremor as he crushed the blue ice shield with ease, then extended it toward the retreating translucent figure once again. All of a sudden, his giant golden hand blurred, and the translucent figure felt a burst of excruciating pain spear through its chest, causing it to let loose an involuntary howl of agony. Its facial features, which originally resembled those of Yuan Cha, quickly transformed into those of an ape, and it looked down in shock and horror at the golden hand that plunged through its chest. A burst of silver flames erupted from the golden hand to sweep up the devilish ape, and it let loose several more howls of anguish before falling silent. Only then did Han Li slowly withdraw his arm, at which point the devilish ape had already been incinerated into nothingness. As soon as the devilish ape was slain, all of the other translucent humanoid figures in the area instantly exploded into specks of blue light that vanished into thin air. Yuan Cha's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. That devilish ape was an extremely rare crystalline projection beast in her possession, and not only was it capable of wielding glacial power, it had the innate ability to be able to manifest hundreds, even thousands of clones. Under normal circumstances, as long as its true body wasn't spotted, it would be able to overwhelm all opponents beneath sacred ancestors with its countless clones. Yuan Cha had slain many powerful enemies with this beast, but Han Li had managed to identify its weakness with ease and kill it within the span of just a few breaths. This came as quite a surprise to Yuan Cha, and she was forced to take Han Li a lot more seriously. However, the crystalline projection beast's devilish core had already been fused as one with her soul, so even though its physical body had been destroyed, she could still resurrect the beast after some time using a secret technique. As such, even though Yuan Cha had become more cautious and alert, she wasn't all that infuriated. Impressive, it seems that you're not just all talk. However, if you think you can oppose a sacred ancestor with your paltry powers, then you're completely delusional. I don't know how you were able to escape from all of those other sacred ancestors, but you have no chance against me, Yuan Cha said in a cold voice as she made a hand seal, and a pillar of blue light immediately erupted into the heavens from behind her. In the next instant, a giant wolf projection that was several hundred feet in size appeared above the hall that she was situated in. The shimmering blue wolf had a pair of purple eyes, and it was giving off a terrifying aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. In the face of this enormous aura, Han Li shuddered and was forced back several steps in succession. Even though he was invincible among those of the body integration stage, it was still a stretch for him to face the full power of a grand ascension stage being. Daoist Xia's expression remained unchanged, but he had swept a sleeve through the air to conjure up a golden light barrier, which shielded both himself and Zhu Guo'er. The golden light barrier only tremored slightly in the face of the fearsome aura before stabilizing itself, and Zhu Guo'er was left completely unscathed. So this is Yuan Cha's bonded devilish projection. It really is very fearsome. Brother Xia, how much of your magic power have you recovered? Can you fight at full power yet? Han Li asked with a grim expression. I'm close to returning to the Grand Ascension stage, but I won't be able to face her on my own, Daoist Xia replied in a wooden manner. You're not alone, Brother Xia. If we don't force her into retreat, she's not going to let us leave, so just fight to the best of your capabilities, Han Li said. If we join forces, we do indeed have a decent chance of securing victory, Daoist Xia replied with a nod. Han Li was quite relieved to hear this, and he immediately thumped his own chest violently, releasing several balls of light of different colors from within his body. These balls of light then transformed into his 5 true spirit projections, while his provenance golden body vanished into his body in a flash. In the next instant, he swelled drastically to over 10 times his original size, transforming into a mountainous creature, following which he attained an extra 2 heads and 2 additional pairs of arms amid a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia stepped forward and transformed into his gigantic golden crab form before releasing countless arcs of silver lightning that formed a massive net around his own body. Yuan Cha's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the giant ape and massive crab, and she immediately flipped a hand over to produce a small white hammer. The hammer was around 3 feet in length with over 100 eye-shaped golden patterns all over its surface. The small hammer instantly lit up, and all of the eyes opened in unison, revealing a series of faint golden pupils that began to slowly revolve, creating a very harrowing sight to behold. Immediately thereafter, Yuan Cha harumphed coldly as she hurled her hammer through the air, creating a massive hammer projection that came crashing down with devastating might. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he discovered that the giant hammer was crashing down toward a mundane-looking small mountain rather than being aimed at Daoist Xia or himself. With the massive hammer projection's fearsome power, the small mountain would definitely be instantly destroyed if it were to be struck. Right at this moment, a calm male voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. As expected of a sacred ancestor, fellow Daoist Yuan, I didn't think you would discover me so quickly. As soon as the voice trailed off, a streak of silver light swept up from the mountain before clashing with the hammer projection amid a resounding boom. Silver and white light intertwined, forming a massive ball of light that instantly exploded to send powerful shockwaves sweeping outward in all directions. The mountains and trees nearby were all completely pulverized by the shockwaves, instantly clearing out the nearby area. Once the shockwaves finally subsided, 2 humanoid figures had appeared in the air above the small mountain. Han Li hurriedly cast his gaze toward the duo, upon which his heart instantly jolted violently. The duo consisted of a man and a woman. The man wore a set of silver robes and a faint smile with long black hair that pooled all the way down to his waist, while the woman had an elegant figure and skin that was as fair as snow. She also had a head of long straight hair that looked as if they had been constructed from pure silver, and she was extremely beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she cast her gaze toward Han Li, and an excited look appeared on her face. In contrast, a frosty look had surfaced in Yuan Cha's eyes at the sight of the man, and she said, "You dare to enter this area on your own? Aren't you afraid that you'll perish here?" The man was none other than the demon race's only Grand Ascension stage being, Patriarch Ao Shao. As the Grand Ascension stage patriarch of the demon race, it was indeed very unexpected to see him in Wood Tribe territory. As for the silver-haired woman beside him, she was naturally Silvermoon, otherwise known as Fairy Ling Long in the spirit realm. Han Li faltered slightly at the sight of her before an ecstatic look appeared on his face, yet before he had a chance to ask any questions, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled, "If you really had what it takes to keep me here, then I wouldn't have appeared in this place. If I were to join forces with these 2 fellow Taoists here, what would be your chances of securing victory? You might be the one who loses their life here if you insist on a battle." Chapter 2151, Silvermoon and Ao Xiao. Yuan Cha's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she cast a quick glance at Han Li and the giant golden crab before a cold smile suddenly appeared on her face. She then made a grabbing motion toward the small white hammer, and it was drawn into her grasp before vanishing amid a flash of golden light. The giant wolf projection overhead also plunged into the hall down below and quickly disappeared. In the next instant, countless blue runes surged out of the hall, and it flew away as a ball of blue light, retreating into the distance after just a few flashes. At this moment, Yuan Cha's voice rang out from afar. "Seeing as Ao Shao is sticking his nose into this battle, I'll retreat on this occasion, but your luck won't always be this good. If I see you again, you won't be able to get away so easily." After that, the ball of blue light quickly vanished into the distant sky. With the inclusion of Ao Shao, Yuan Cha knew that there would be a good chance that she would place herself in a perilous situation if she were to insist on trying to strike down Han Li, so she had retreated without any hesitation. Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and both he and Daoist Xia reverted back to their human forms once again. Han Li then raised a hand toward the two extreme mountains, which had been encapsulated by blue glacial ice, releasing two bursts of silver flame that melted the ice before drawing the mountains back up his sleeve. Ao Shao took a glance at Han Li before raising a hand to release a streak of white light, which transformed into a massive shimmering silver ship that was over 1,000 feet in length and split up into 5 levels with a series of halberd-wielding armored warriors standing on its deck. "Come along," Patriarch Ao Shao instructed as he and Silvermoon drifted into the hall on the top level of the ship. The armored warriors all parted in a respectful manner to grant them passage. Han Li immediately identified the armored warriors as puppets, and after a brief hesitation, he did as he was instructed, slowly flying toward the ship with Daoist Xia and Zhu Guo in accompaniment. The silver-armored puppets had clearly already received instructions from Patriarch Ao Shao, and they merely stood on the spot and allowed Han Li's trio to enter the ship. However, after making his way to the entrance of the hall, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he instructed Zhu Guo to remain outside while he entered the hall with Daoist Xia. "I pay my respects to Senior Ao Shao," Han Li said as he extended a slight bow toward Patriarch Ao Shao, who was seated on a golden chair. Instead of immediately offering a response, Patriarch Ao Shao merely appraised Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. As for Silvermoon, she was standing behind Patriarch Ao Shao with her head lowered, seemingly unable to muster up the courage to look at Han Li. "So you're the Han Li who managed to cultivate from the deity transformation stage to the body integration stage in mere centuries. After seeing you in action, I now realize that the rumors of your aptitude still haven't done you justice. You've already reached the late body integration stage, right?" Patriarch Ao Shao finally spoke, and his tone was quite benevolent. "I have indeed already progressed to the late body integration stage." "I'm very honored that you've heard of me, Senior," Han Li replied in a calm manner, but he couldn't help but steal another glance at Silvermoon. However, she still had her head lowered and didn't meet his gaze. "I had heard about you ever since Silvermoon returned to the spirit realm, but I only started to pay attention to you after you reached the body integration stage. After all body integration cultivators are extremely important to our human and demon races, so I had to keep some tabs on you. Silvermoon, come and thank fellow Daoist Han. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been able to fuse the two halves of your soul back together and return to the spirit realm," Patriarch Ao Shao said with a smile. Silvermoon finally raised her head upon hearing this, but her expression was completely indifferent, creating a stark contrast with her earlier excitement. "Greetings, Brother Han. We may not have met ever since we separated in the human world, but I've never forgotten what you've done for me." A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes as it didn't seem to him like Silvermoon was intentionally feigning indifference, but he quickly smiled, and said, "I was unaware of your true identity back in the human world, so please forgive me for any prior offense I may have caused. Furthermore, I didn't have to go to a lot of trouble to save you back then, so don't mention it." There's no need to be so cold and distant even though the two of you haven't met for so many years. Regardless of what you say, the fact of the matter is that you saved Silvermoon's life, and I'll be sure to reward you handsomely for that, Ao Shao chuckled. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and quickly changed the subject. "Senior, this area is already under the control of the devilish army. Have you come here to spy on the devilish army?" "Yes and no," Patriarch Ao Shao replied in an ambiguous manner after a brief pause. Han Li was rather perplexed by this answer. Several months ago, our united army received news that the 3 devilish patriarchs seem to have changed their plans, and the devilish army has begun expanding their territory while corrupting a larger area with devilish qi. I came here to verify if this was actually the case under the request from several fellow Taoists, as well as to see if I could destroy a few devilification formations set up in this area, Ao Xiao replied. I see. What is this devilification formation, Senior? I recall that there are some areas in our human race that have displayed signs of having undergone devilification. Is that the same as what's happening here? Han Li asked in a perplexed manner. If the Elder Devil Realm wants to truly claim a territory for itself in our spirit realm, then they have to devilify an area to completely convert the spiritual qi in that area into devilish qi, and this transition requires a type of devilish formation that can make normal trees undergo this change. The devilish army has attempted to set up the same formations in our human and demon territories, but we discovered them very early and destroyed most of them before they could produce much of an effect. However, the situation in the Wood Tribe is a lot more troublesome. Not only have devilification formations been set up over most of their territory, they've also begun setting up a super formation that will act as the primary formation several years ago. Patriarch Ao Xiao naturally didn't take any offense to Daoist Xie's aloof attitude, and he turned to Silvermoon with a sympathetic look in his eyes as he said, Linger, you've only recently begun cultivating the art of indifference, so your mental state isn't very stable yet. As such, you should go back to rest so no mishaps occur. I'll attend to our two guests here. Yes, grandfather, Silvermoon replied before extending a slight curtsy toward Han Li and Daoist Xie, then departed from the hall. Throughout this process, her expression remained completely aloof as if Han Li were nothing more than a stranger to her. Han Li opened his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end as a slightly dejected look appeared in his eyes. A wry smile appeared on Patriarch Ao Xiao's face, and following Silvermoon's departure, he continued, Fellow Daoist Han, I'm sure you've already learned about Ling Ling's life before she met you, right? I have indeed heard about it from some other fellow Taoists, but I've also heard that she seems to have remained by your side ever since she returned to the spirit realm, Han Li replied. That is indeed the case. After she returned from the human world, she went to the place where I was cultivating in seclusion and knelt outside for 7 days and 7 nights. I can still recall how thin and frail she looked when I finally caved and opened the restriction to let her in. Thus, Patriarch Ao Xiao began to divulge a recount of events, and Han Li listened intently. Time slowly passed by, and Patriarch Ao Xiao's account also progressed very slowly. Even the most mundane parts of his story were elaborated on with great detail, and Han Li's emotions were constantly fluctuating during this time, but his expression remained unchanged. By the time I sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Linger had already attained initial mastery in the art of indifference, and even though she hadn't completely cut off her emotions yet, I didn't dare to allow her to leave my side, so I brought her along with me even on this dangerous mission. However, never did I think that you would be able to return from the Elder Devil Realm alive and run into me here. It seems that the heavens have brought all of us together, Patriarch Ao Xiao sighed as he finally completed his account. Han Li was silent for a long while before he finally asked, so the reason for fellow Daoist Ling Long's indifference is the art of indifference. On top of that, only after she reached the body integration stage did you discover that she's actually incompatible with this cultivation art, and if she were to ever attain full mastery of the art of indifference, she would suffer magic power backlash and lose her entire cultivation base. At the same time, art of indifference is a cultivation art that will regress if progress isn't made, so even if she gives up on it, she will still suffer from a host of negative after effects. Patriarch Ao Xiao was silent for a moment before replying, not only that, but due to her incompatibility with the art of indifference, it's had far less of an effect on her than expected. In her current state, she can return to her true self for around a third of a day, while the rest of the day would be spent in a state of complete indifference as you saw earlier. As she continues to progress, this window of time will only continue to dwindle until it completely disappears. So what you're saying is that Silvermoon can return to her true self for some time each day. I was wondering why her expression had differed so drastically from when she first saw me, Han Li said in an elated manner. However, Patriarch Ao Shao was far less optimistic. Do you think it's a good thing for one's emotional and mental state to fluctuate violently every single day? If someone with lesser willpower were in her place, they would most likely go insane over time. Currently, I have to use a secret technique to forcibly mask the wounds on Ling Long's psyche once every few days, and that's why I can't allow her to leave my side. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "Isn't there some way to undo the art of indifference? With your powers as a Grand Ascension stage being, surely this wouldn't be too difficult a task, Senior." Patriarch Ao Shao hesitated momentarily before finally revealing, "If I had a way to undo all this, I would have undone everything long ago." Having said that, if it weren't for the fact that she had awakened her 7-star moon physique, I would have been able to reverse her art of indifference. However, the situation has become extremely complex due to the incompatibility of her physique with this cultivation art, so there's nothing I can do. Han Li fell silent upon hearing this, but a hint of surprise appeared on Daoist Xie's face as he repeated, 7-star moon physique. "Have you heard of this physique, fellow Daoist Xie?" Patriarch Ao Shao asked. "I heard my former master mention it once. This is quite a special physique that's very rare even in the true immortal realm," Daoist Xie replied. "Your master must have been an extremely powerful being to have refined a faux immortal puppet like yourself, so I'm sure they're right. There aren't many people who know about the 7-star moon physique in the spirit realm, but it's not a secret among some of the realm's most powerful beings. However, it's exactly because of this that I've become so invested in Ling Long. With this physique, even without entering the spirit cleansing pond and consuming the clean spirit lotus, she'll still have a chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage," Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. "The 7-star moon physique will indeed grant her a greater chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage than normal cultivators," Daoist Xie said in an expressionless manner. Han Li suddenly asked, "Senior, is there any way that I can help reverse Ling Long's current situation?" Patriarch Ao Shao was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly replied, "I knew you were a man who holds past ties dear to your heart, fellow Daoist Han. After realizing that Linger wasn't compatible with the art of indifference, I did indeed manage to think of a way to minimize the effect that the cultivation art would have on her and perhaps even to undo it in its entirety at some point." Han Li immediately prompted, "Please tell me what I can do, Senior. As long as it's within the realm of my capabilities, I'd be happy to lend you my assistance." Instead of immediately replying to Han Li, Patriarch Ao Shao turned to Daoist Xia with an apologetic expression, and said, "Brother Xia, I'll have to speak to fellow Daoist Han in private about this matter." Daoist Xia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward Han Li. Even though there was no clause in their agreement that stated that he had to obey Han Li's orders, he was dependent on Han Li for the faux immortal elixir that Han Li could provide, so he reflexively followed Han Li's lead in most matters. Han Li considered the situation momentarily before giving a slight nod. "Please give us some alone time, Brother Xia." What Patriarch Ao Shao wanted to discuss with him was clearly going to concern secrets surrounding Silvermoon, so he didn't want anyone else to be present, even if that third party were only a puppet. Daoist Xia nodded in response before rising to his feet and exiting the hall. Once he left, the door was closed on its own amid a flash of white light, and he made his way over to Zhu Guo'er, who had been waiting outside this entire time. Zhu Guo'er was alerted by the sound of his footsteps, and a hint of elation appeared on her face at the sight of him. Several hours later, the door was opened once again amid a flash of white light, and Han Li emerged with furrowed brows, seemingly quite troubled by something. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he caught sight of Daoist Xia and Zhu Guo'er, and he said, "Let's go. Senior Ao Shao has already arranged a place for us to stay. We'll remain on this ship until it returns to the territory of our united army." After that, he led them toward the staircase that led to the lower levels. Daoist Xia naturally had no objections to this and immediately followed along. Zhu Guo was rather curious about what Hanli and Patriarch Ao Xiao had discussed, but she didn't dare to ask and could only repress her curiosity as she trailed along behind the two. Over half a day later, Hanli was seated on a futon in an empty silent chamber on the second level of the ship. There was faint golden light emanating from his body, and his eyes were closed in a meditative state. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, and the golden light around his body faded as he said, "Come in, fellow Daoist Ling Long. It's only been less than 2,000 years since we last met, but you've become so distant. Please continue to refer to me as Silvermoon, Brother Han." Silvermoon sighed from outside the secret chamber. "If you insist, then I'd be happy to oblige, fellow Daoist Silvermoon," Hanli said as he swept a sleeve toward the door of the secret chamber. In the next instant, light flashed from the door, and the restriction set up on it vanished as it swung open on its own, revealing none other than Silvermoon standing outside. However, at this moment, her cold and aloof expression had completely disappeared. Her eyes were currently rippling with emotion, and there was a faint blush on her face that further accentuated her beauty, lulling even Hanli into a momentary bout of entrancement. Silvermoon's expression changed slightly at the sight of the door being opened, and she strode into the secret chamber before stopping around 10 feet away from Hanli. She then suddenly smiled, and said, "Please forgive me for the rudeness I displayed while I was under the influence of my cultivation art." After that, she drew another nearby futon into her grasp before also taking a seat across from Hanli. A faint smile also appeared on Hanli's face as he replied in a gentle voice, "It's all right, I certainly won't blame you for the behavior you exhibit when it's outside of your control. Having said that, you should have taken some more time to rest and adjust your mental state instead of coming to see me so soon. It's all right, the effect of the art of indifference is very minimal when I'm in my lucid phases. I was concerned that if I came too late, we would only be able to share a brief conversation before I become as cold and emotionless as a log again, and that would be very disappointing for both of us," Silvermoon replied with a smile. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. "Your personality hasn't changed at all during all these years, you still just blurt out whatever is on your mind." "Humph, you're one to talk. This personality of mine was something that I had to adopt while I was being enslaved by you. Otherwise, if you had become suspicious that I was hiding something from you, you would have immediately killed the frail little spirit beast that I was." Silvermoon chuckled as she rolled her eyes at Hanli. "Ahem, that's all in the past now, so let's leave it there. I didn't know who you were at the time, I just thought you were an ordinary fox demon." Hanli cleared his throat in an awkward manner in response. "Is that really the case? Perhaps you did indeed think that during the first few years, but I'm sure you became suspicious of me thereafter, yet you still didn't treat me any better." Silvermoon accused with a hint of a smile on her face. An earnest look appeared on Hanli's face as he said, "My cultivation base was very lackluster at the time, and it was all thanks to you that I was able to survive many perilous ordeals. Without your help, there's no way I would have even made it to the spirit realm at all. I'm not here for revenge, Brother Han. I was really surprised when you asked that good friend of mine to relay a message to me in secret. I didn't think that you would be able to ascend to the spirit realm. After all, the spiritual chi in the human world is far too sparse, and it's already very incredible for someone to reach the deity transformation stage, let alone ascend to the spirit realm," Silvermoon said. "I was merely lucky, and that's something else that I have to thank you for. If you hadn't revealed the location of that spatial node to me, I wouldn't have been able to ascend to the spirit realms so smoothly," Hanli replied in an earnest manner. "The two halves of my soul had only just fused as one again at that point, and I had to return to the spirit realm right away, so that was the only thing that I could have done for you. However, it's really not worthy of a mention considering you saved my life," Silvermoon said in a nonchalant manner. "You're being far too modest, Silvermoon," Hanli countered with a shake of his head. Instead of discussing this matter any further, an excited look suddenly appeared on Silvermoon's face as she abruptly changed the subject. "By the way, Did your enemies continue to pursue you after you escaped from Kunwa Mountain? And how did you progress to the deity transformation stage later on? That's quite a long story. After I escaped from Kunwa Mountain, I traveled to the island of the North Night Palace in the Great Gene known as. Thus, Hanli launched into a recount of his past exploits. He spoke for over an hour, recounting not only his experiences in the human world after the Kunwa Mountain ordeal, he even gave her an account of his experiences in the spirit realm. Compared to the average cultivator, Han Li's experiences naturally made for a far more enthralling tale, and Silvermoon was thoroughly enraptured by his story. After he concluded his recount, Silvermoon also provided him with a recount of what had happened to her after her return to the spirit realm. To Han Li's surprise, she made no effort to hide the details about Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei and the inner demons that led to her decision to turn to the art of indifference, and Han Li found himself slightly entranced by her glowing smile. All of a sudden, Silvermoon's smile faded, and she asked in a serious manner, "Brother Han, I heard from grandfather that you have a way to decrease the influence of the art of indifference, but I have to remain by your side for a certain period of time. Is that true? Has Senior Ao Shao already told you about this?" "It is indeed the truth. Senior Ao Shao has a spiritual sense secret technique that can counter the art of indifference and allow you to continue cultivating, but this secret technique will only be effective for you when I cultivate it. Hence, you'll have to stay with me for some time," Han Li explained with a smile. "Does my grandfather really possess such a secret technique? Why have I never heard him mention it before? And why is it that you have to cultivate it for it be effective on me?" Silvermoon asked with furrowed brows. "In the words of your grandfather, the one who made the knot in the first place is required to undo the knot. I am the root cause of your inner demons, so you can only benefit from the secret technique when it's cultivated by me. This secret technique was something that Senior Ao Shao created over 100 years ago precisely as a backup plan in the situation that something goes awry in your cultivation of the art of indifference. Once I cultivate the secret technique, you'll simply have to remain by my side, and the effects of the art of indifference will gradually be stripped away," Han Li explained. "Is it really that simple? If I were to continue cultivating the art of indifference, its impact on me would only become exacerbated further and further. Will this spiritual sense secret technique really be able to repress it?" Silvermoon was rather skeptical about this. "I can't be sure of that as I haven't begun cultivating the secret technique yet, but it had been created after extensive arduous efforts were made by Senior Ao Shao, so I'm sure it should be effective. On top of that, this spiritual sense secret technique should resemble the art of indifference in that the further I progress in it, the greater its effect will become," Han Li replied. "Alright, but even if that secret technique does prove to be effective, how long would I have to stay with you? What if the effects of the art of indifference are never completely nullified? Would I have to stay by your side for the rest of my life?" Silvermoon asked. "According to Senior Ao Shao, you'll be able to undo the effects of the art of indifference on your own once you reach the Grand Ascension stage," Han Li replied. "The Grand Ascension stage? That's an extremely distant goal for me. Looks like I'll have to stay with you for a very long time," Silvermoon said as a hint of a gleeful smile appeared on her face. "You possess the 7-star moon physique, which will grant you a greater chance than normal cultivators to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, so don't be disheartened. Besides, during this process, perhaps Senior Ao Shao will find another solution that won't necessitate progression to the Grand Ascension stage," Han Li said with an encouraging smile. "That's true, but it looks like I'll be staying with you for at least the next few centuries," Silvermoon said with an elated smile. After that, the two of them discussed some other things and even exchanged some cultivation insights and experiences. Time quickly flew by, and as night was beginning to set in, Silvermoon rose to her feet to take her leave. "It's getting late, and my art of indifference is about to take effect again, so I'll have to go back to rest and meditate. Please forgive me if I display any rudeness toward you while the art of indifference is in effect." Rest assured, I won't take any offense to that, Hanli said with a smile as he also rose to his feet. Thus, Silvermoon departed, and the door of the secret chamber was closed amid a flash of white light. Hanli sat down with his legs crossed again, and his smile faded as a grim look appeared in his eyes. The giant silver ship was noticed by the guards on the city wall once it reached within 50 kilometers of the city, and a group of demonic cultivators immediately rose up into the air before flying toward the ship. We pay our respects to our patriarch. These demonic beings wore suits of armor of different colors, and most of them were at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage. After flying to around 500 meters away from the ship, all of them stopped before falling to their knees in a fervent manner. No need for formalities. I'm going back to my cave abode, so you can continue with what you've been doing, Patriarch Ao Shao instructed in an implacable voice from inside the ship. Yes, Patriarch. Patriarch Ao Shao had ruled over the demon race for tens of thousands of years and was worshipped as a god by normal demonic beings, so the guards naturally didn't offer any objections. All of them immediately parted to open up a path, and the flying ship continued to fly toward Cottonwood City as a ball of silver light. All of the restrictions up ahead also parted on their own, thereby granting the ship passage straight into the top level of the city, where it slowly descended onto a heavily guarded plaza. Almost at the exact same moment, a white-haired elderly man emerged from a teleportation formation on the corner of the plaza amid a flash of spiritual light, then immediately made his way over to the ship with a faint smile on his face. The elderly man had a very benevolent appearance with a pair of remarkably long earlobes that almost trailed down to his shoulders. With each step he took he covered a distance of over 100 feet, and after just a few flashes, he had arrived beside the silver ship. All of the guards on the plaza immediately extended deep bows, seemingly filled with respect and admiration for the elderly man. Hee, you finally came back, Ao Shao. You've been away for a very long time. If you had been away for much longer, I would have been worried that you may have been killed by the devilish army, the white-haired elderly man chortled in a boisterous voice. Those devilish brats aren't enough to pose a threat to me. Having said that, it sounds like you were genuinely worried about me, Patriarch Ao Shao harumphed coldly in response from within the ship. Immediately thereafter, the ship began to rapidly shrink amid a flash of silver light, and once the light faded, the ship also disappeared, only for several humanoid figures to take its place. These were none other than Hanli, Silvermoon, and Patriarch Ao Shao, as well as his entourage. The white-haired elderly man smiled as he cast his gaze toward Ao Shao, and said, Brother Ao Shao, our human and demon races have always been close allies. If you had gone missing under these circumstances, I would struggle to hold down the fort on my own. That is indeed true, but rest assured, I may not have much time left, but I won't be dying anytime soon. At the very least, I have to last through this devilish tribulation. By the way, this is fellow Daoist Imo. I'm sure you've heard of him, fellow Daoist Han, Patriarch Ao Shao said as he motioned toward Hanli. Junior Hanli pays his respects to Senior Imo Jianli. Hanli immediately stepped forward before extending a respectful bow toward the white-haired elderly man. Even though Patriarch Ao Shao hadn't mentioned the elderly man's name, his Imo's surname and Grand Ascension Stage cultivation base, as well as the fact that he was a human, were sufficient factors for Hanli to deduce his identity. Imo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before an elated look quickly appeared on his face. Hanli. Are you the cultivator from our human race who only took less than 1,000 years to reach the body integration stage? I heard that you entered the Elder Devil realm with that long brat and the others. Did you just return from the Elder Devil realm? It was clear that he had also been keeping tabs on Hanli. Chapter 2157, Wood Realm 36 Extremes Formation. That is indeed true, but who knows if the devilish beings have thought of some unforeseen way to bypass our setup. If the true bodies of the patriarchs manage to descend into our realm while we're away, then our two races will be plunged into a dire situation, Mo Jianli said in a concerned voice. After a long pause, Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in agreement. In that case, we really do have to exercise more caution. Looks like we'll have to return to our races as soon as possible. Seniors, I don't think there's much of a chance that the patriarchs will all be able to descend into our realm. Even if they manage to do so, it would most likely only be one or two of the three, Hanli interjected. Mo Jianli faltered slightly upon hearing this before his eyes immediately lit up. Oh. It sounds like you know something that we don't, fellow Daoist Han. You did just come back from the Elder Devil Realm. Is there some information you'd like to share with us? Hanli paused for a moment before asking, have you heard of the tribulation of the Elder Devil Realm, seniors? Tribulation of the Elder Devil Realm. We have indeed heard of this, but we didn't get a chance to gather any detailed information, Patriarch Ao Shao replied as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, back when I ventured into the Elder Devil Realm, I also heard about this from a devilish lord, but it seems that only the sacred ancestors know the full story. Have you managed to find out more information about it, fellow Daoist Han? Mo Jianli asked in an eager voice. I did indeed manage to gather some information about this tribulation. Have you heard of the Stembora Queen? Hanli asked as a serious look appeared on his face. Stembora Queen. I don't recall ever hearing this term. Do you know anything about this, fellow Daoist Ao? Mo Jianli replied with a perplexed expression. It sounds rather familiar. I seem to have heard of it a very long time, but it's been too long, and I can't remember the exact details, Patriarch Ao Shao replied as his brows furrowed slightly. It's no surprise that you haven't heard of the Stembora Queen, seniors. This is an insect queen that was sealed by true immortals back in ancient times, so very little people currently know of it, Hanli replied with a smile. Ah yes, I remember now. The Stembora Queen is the ancient insect said to be capable of devouring entire realms, right? Could it be that it's at the center of the tribulation that the Elder Devil Realm is facing? Patriarch Ao Zhao's face paled slightly as he spoke. Capable of devouring realms. What kind of insect is this? Wouldn't that make it even more terrifying than true spirits? Mo Jianli's expression also changed significantly upon hearing this. True spirits simply aren't comparable to this thing. In ancient times, several powerful true spirits had been devoured by this insect queen. I heard about it while traveling through another continent prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, and apparently, the Stembora Queen was born. The Patriarch Ao Shao began to provide a backstory on the Stembora Queen with a grim expression, and the content of the story was much the same as what Hanli had heard from Violet Spirit. The only difference was that according to what Ao Shao had heard, the Stembora Queen had vanished following its battle with the true immortals, and no seal was mentioned. Mo Jianli's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. The tribulation of the Elder Devil Realm is indeed related to this insect. According to the information I was given, the Stembora Queen was sealed in a certain part of the Elder Devil Realm. It awakened not long ago and has begun attacking the seal. The majority of the Elder Devil Realm's power has been focused on containing it, so I think there's a very slim chance that all three devilish patriarchs will descend into our spirit realm, Hanli said. If that insect queen really has awakened, then the Elder Devil Realm isn't the only one that's in trouble, even our spirit realm could eventually be devoured by that thing. Patriarch Ao Shao murmured as he fell into deep contemplation. Has this information been verified, fellow Daoist Han? Can you vouch for its authenticity? Mo Jianli asked in a cautious manner. The information has come from a reliable source, and I'm 80% sure that it's true, Hanli replied. In that case, it's most likely true, but as a safety precaution, we'll have to send someone into the Elder Devil Realm for verification. What do you think, Brother Ao? Mo Jianli asked. This is a very important matter, so it would indeed be necessary to send someone to verify the situation, I'll send a trusty subordinate of mine to investigate the matter. If it really is true, then it makes sense that the devilish beings have been so desperate to claim some territory for themselves in the spirit realm. They must be doing this so they can mass migrate to our spirit realm once the Stemborer Queen breaks out of its seal, Patriarch Ao Shao said with a cold expression. Judging from the number of devilish beings that have appeared in our spirit realm, the 3 devilish patriarchs clearly haven't given up on containing the Stemborer Queen. Otherwise, more forces would have poured into our spirit realm at this point. Hence, I'm assuming that their plan to conquer our races is only a backup option, Mo Jianli said in a contemplative manner. Having said that, more devilish reinforcements have appeared in our races, suggesting that the devilish beings are struggling to keep the Stemborer Queen contained, which means that we should return to our races as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the devilish beings transfer most of their forces into our spirit realm, then even all of our races combined most likely wouldn't be able to oppose them, so we have to think of another strategy, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a grim voice. What's there to think about? This matter concerns the Stemborer Queen, so it won't just be up to us to address it. If we release this information, I'm sure all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings all over the spirit realm will join us, Mo Jianli replied with a smile. Patriarch Ao Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. That's a fantastic idea. But before that, we have to make sure that the matter about the Stemborer Queen is indeed true. On top of that, we can't just abandon the Wood tribe and return to our races in this current situation. Otherwise, the alliance that we painstakingly built up would most likely instantly collapse, making it easy pickings for the devilish army, Mo Jianli said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we'll abide by the Wood tribe's request and battle the devilish army. We'll inflict as much damage as we can on the devilish army, and after that, we'll have an excuse to return to our races. Perhaps that's Old Man Sang's idea as well. Chapter 2158, Mission. After that, Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli began to discuss some finer details in preparation for the battle against the devilish army. During this time, they would occasionally ask for Han Li's opinion, clearly making an effort to include him in the discussion. Han Li was aware that he couldn't compare with these 2 Grand Ascension stage beings when it came to tactical acumen in battles that concerned several races, so he didn't take the initiative to interject and only offered his opinions when requested to do so. Daoist Xia and Silvermoon were also in the hall, but both of them were completely expressionless and disinterested. As for Zhu Guo'er, she was standing off to the side in an obedient manner. Thus, time slowly passed by, and Han Li stayed in Mo Jianli's cave abode for close to half a day before the discussion finally drew to a conclusion. Patriarch Ao Shao departed with Silvermoon first, while Mo Jianli and Han Li chatted for a while longer before the former summoned one of his disciples to organize a temporary place for Han Li to stay. The disciple naturally did as he was told in a respectful manner, setting up a pavilion that was situated on a branch of the giant tree less than 10 kilometers away from Mo Jianli's cave abode. The spiritual qi here was nowhere near as abundant as that in Mo Jianli's cave abode, but it was still far better than anywhere else in Cottonwood City, so Han Li was quite pleased with it and moved in with Daoist Xia and Zhu Guo'er. The next half a month was quite uneventful, and Han Li stayed in the secret chamber of his pavilion, cultivating the spiritual sense secret technique that had been given to him by Patriarch Ao Shao. However, this was the first time that Zhu Guo'er had been to a city in the spirit realm, and she would go out almost every day to explore the city. She had somehow managed to convince Daoist Xia to accompany her on her long trips around the city, so Han Li wasn't concerned about her safety at all. However, from what Zhu Guo'er had been telling him after she returned from her daily outings, Han Li could clearly sense that the army within Cottonwood City was in a very tense state. It seemed that the higher-ups of all the races had made a decision to battle the devilish army, after all. In that case, it was clear that these uneventful days wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, Mo Jianli arrived at his pavilion only several days later. After detecting the arrival of Mo Jianli with his spiritual sense, he immediately welcomed Mo Jianli into the hall. They each took a seat, and after exchanging some pleasantries, Mo gently revealed the purpose for his visit. We've decided on the main strategies we'll be adopting in the battle against the devilish army. The most powerful beings among our united army are myself, Brother Ao, and Sanghai of the Yiksha race, so we should be able to handle the sacred ancestors in the devilish army. However, due to the heavy defeats the Wood tribe has suffered, they don't have any Grand Ascension stage beings left, so we'll have to reinforce them in that area. With your powers, you'll undoubtedly be assigned an important duty, fellow Daoist Han. This battle is just as important for our human race, so I'm naturally more than willing to offer my services. Feel free to issue me any instructions that you have, and I'll do my best to complete them, Han Li replied with a smile. Your powers rank below only us 3 Grand Ascension stage beings, so you'll be playing an extremely important role in this battle. Has fellow Daoist Xia recovered his powers yet? Mo gently asked. I'm afraid not, Senior. Brother Xia won't be able to make a full recovery without at least half a year of rest and recuperation, Han Li replied. That's quite a pity. If fellow Daoist Xia can recover to his full power, then our chances of winning this battle will improve by at least 10%, Mo gently sighed in a forlorn manner. Brother Xia's powers are indeed not inferior to those of the average Grand Ascension stage being, but it's not easy to employ his services. If I didn't have some special assets up my sleeve, I wouldn't have been able to convince him to come back with me, Han Li said. I've heard about the rules stipulated by fellow Daoist Xia, but regardless of the price, it's definitely a good deal to be able to bring him to our spirit realm. Even if he doesn't do anything, the presence of a Grand Ascension stage foe immortal puppet on the battlefield will be very intimidating to the enemy, Mo gently replied. I certainly hope so, Han Li could only reply with a wry smile. Seeing as fellow Daoist Xia hasn't fully recovered, we won't be sending you to the front lines. Here's what we'll do. There are 3 cores in the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. If any of them is destroyed, the formation would become significantly less powerful, and if all 3 were to be destroyed, then the entire formation would collapse altogether, so these cores are extremely important. Having said that, due to their importance, the 3 cores are all very heavily guarded, so they'll be very safe places to stay. Brother Ao and I have decided to assign you to one of those cores. What do you think, fellow Daoist? Asked Han. Mo gently proposed. I have no issues with that, I'll be sure to ensure the safety of the core, Han Li replied without any hesitation. However, Mo gently shook his head, and said, if the cores were to be destroyed, the outcome of the battle could be affected, but in comparison, your safety is far more important to our human race. If you really do encounter some insurmountable enemies, then retreat and prioritize your own safety above all else. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, even a victory wouldn't be worth it. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. Thank you for holding me in such high regard, Senior. I understand what I have to do now. Just remember that your top priority is to keep yourself safe, and only after that comes the safety of the formation. With Brother Xia by your side, I'm sure you won't encounter any issues unless you encounter the true body of a sacred ancestor. I've heard from Brother Ao that you and Brother Xia have even managed to fight on equal footing with that sacred ancestor Yuan Cha, Mo gently said with a smile. Senior Ao Shao is far too kind. Brother Xia and I were only just barely able to ensure self-preservation, and it was Senior Ao Shao who drove Yuan Cha away in the end, Han Li replied in a modest manner. In any case, you and fellow Daoist Xia are able to dominate virtually all beings below the Grand Ascension stage. The Wood tribe and the Yiksha race will also be sending some body integration stage beings to protect the formation core with you. Fellow Daoist Ao and I are of the opinion that you and fellow Daoist Xia will be more than enough, but those 2 races are unaware of your powers, so they insisted on sending some more people, Mo gently said. Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this, and he asked, I see, but who will be the leader of the group? Hee, for cultivators like us, whoever is most powerful will naturally be the one to call the shots. I don't know who the Wood Tribe and Yiksha race will be sending, but I'm sure they won't be more powerful than you. Having said that, the high-grade beings of the Wood Tribe will definitely be quite familiar with the formation, so it would be wise to inquire them if any issues arise, Mo Jianli replied. I understand. When will I be required to set off? Han Li asked. With the Wood Tribe's 36 backup holy trees, it'll be a lot easier to set up the formation, but it'll still take some time. Most importantly, we have to lure the entire devilish army into the formation first. Hence, fellow Daoist Ao and I will be setting off with the united army to lure out the devilish army, while you'll be setting off with the second group to set up the formation. Once the formation is complete, you'll stay in the formation core in preparation for the upcoming battle, Mo Jianli replied. Han Li saw no issues with this, so he nodded and gave an affirmative response. After that, Mo Jianli didn't remain in Han Li's pavilion for much longer and quickly departed. Half a month later, all types of energy fluctuations suddenly erupted within the entirety of Cottonwood City, and streaks of dazzling light erupted into the air from all levels of the city, accompanied by resounding booms. The streaks of light contained war carriages and giant arcs, and there were countless warriors from all of the races of the united army gathered on those flying treasures. These warriors were all standing ramrod straight on the flying treasures, giving off an astonishing baleful aura. More and more of these flying treasures began to fly out of the city, and soon, the entire sky had been concealed behind a mass of tens of thousands of carriages and arcs. Right at this moment, the string of resounding booms suddenly ceased, and the entire city tremored slightly before over 100 gargantuan island-like objects emerged. These objects were all of different shapes and forms, presenting a very chaotic sight to behold. Chapter 2159, The Second Formation Core. The gigantic objects included massive palaces, mountainous beehive-shaped islands, and massive clouds of green light. All of them were also filled with troops of the United Army, and they stopped momentarily in mid-air before flying away from Cottonwood City, surrounded by throngs of flying carriages and arcs. Close to half of the United Army's elite forces had departed, including the 3 Grand Ascension stage beings. They were going to unite with the troops deployed by other cities to form a formidable force that could truly contend with the devilish army. Han Li didn't depart with this group. Instead, he merely looked on as Mo Jianli and the others departed, then returned calmly to his pavilion to continue cultivating. 5 days later, Cottonwood City erupted into a frenzy again as another branch of the United Army that was comprised primarily of Wood Tribe beings gathered together in preparation to leave the city as well. Han Li was currently meditating on the top floor of his pavilion at this point, and his expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes. Not long after that, the sound of footsteps rang out from the stairwell, and Zhu Guo'er arrived with a respectful look on her face. Senior Han, the Wood Tribe has extended an invitation toward you. I see. You're still too weak, so stay in Cottonwood City for now. Once the battle is over, I'll take you back to our human race, Han Li said. There was an implacable tone in Han Li's voice, and Zhu Guo'er immediately lowered her head before giving an affirmative response. Yes, Senior. Thus, Han Li rose to his feet in an unhurried manner before walking down the stairs. Upon arriving in the hall on the first floor, he discovered that Daoist Xia was seated in a corner in a completely expressionless manner, while a green-skinned young man from the Wood Tribe was standing at the center of the hall with an uneasy expression. Han Li immediately detected that this young man was only at the nascent soul stage, and had only recently manifested a nascent soul. As soon as Han Li arrived, the young man hurriedly rushed over to him before extending a deep bow. I pay my respects to Senior Han. I was sent here by our Grand Elder to invite you to join us. Your Grand Elder? Isn't he resting in the holy tree? Han Li asked. Elder Han has temporarily taken over the role of Grand Elder, the young man explained. I see, lead the way then. Let's go, Brother Xia, Han Li replied before turning toward Daoist Xia. Daoist Xia offered no response, but he suddenly appeared completely silently behind Han Li in a blur. The Wood Tribe young man was naturally quite startled by this, but he didn't dare to ask any questions and hurriedly exited the room. Thus, Han Li and Daoist Xia were led out of the pavilion, where they caught sight of a dozen or so giant azure clouds hovering in midair. Each of these clouds was over 1,000 acres in size, and there were some pavilions and buildings that could be seen on them. Furthermore, there were many warriors from all races rushing atop the clouds, seemingly transporting some things from Cottonwood City onto the clouds. Han Li merely took a brief glance at the situation unfolding before his eyes before following the young man toward the largest of the azure clouds. Moments later, Han Li appeared on a platform that was constructed from yellow wood atop the massive cloud. At one end of the platform was a green hall that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the entrance of the hall were around a dozen fully armed Wood Tribe guards. Senior Han, our stand-in Grand Elder is currently waiting for you inside the hall, the young man carefully explained. Han Li took a glance at the hall before sweeping his spiritual sense into it, upon which he immediately sensed a few powerful auras. With fellow Daoist Chao and Fairy Faye's assistance, I'll be better equipped to protect the formation core, Han Li replied, clearly already treating Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi as his subordinates. His cultivation base was superior to theirs, so there was no need for him to be overly polite. Otherwise, it could lead them into thinking that they could challenge his authority. Chao Ji displayed no reaction to this, but Fei Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but give a cold harumph. With your powers, I'm sure the formation core will be safe. However, aside from protecting the formation core from devilish attacks, the three of you will have another important task to complete, the elderly man said. Another important task? Why did I not hear about this from our Grand Elder? Did you add this task on a whim? Fei Xiaoxi asked as her brows furrowed slightly with displeasure. Of course not. The important task I'm referring to is something that fellow Daoist Chao will have to complete. You and fellow Daoist Han will still only be responsible for protecting the formation core, the elderly man explained. Oh. Would you be able to elaborate on what exactly this task is? Han Li asked in an intrigued voice. Due to the intricacies of the formation, our united army will most likely have to borrow some power from the three formation cores. When that time comes, the people situated at the three cores will have to cooperate with the united army. I've already informed Chao Ji of how to do this, but he'll require your protection while he's activating the power of the formation core, the elderly man said. I see, that's not an issue. The formation was set up by your race in the first place, so it's only right for fellow Daoist Chao to operate it, Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. I also have no objections to this, Fei Xiaoxi chimed in with a nod. Great. I knew you two would be willing to lend Chao Ji your assistance. Once the formation is set up, the second formation core will be left to the three of you, the elderly man said as he rose to his feet before extending a salute toward Han Li's trio. Han Li's trio naturally also stood up and returned the salute. Rest assured, Elder Han, we'll be sure to do our best. After that, Elder Han informed them of some other matters that required their attention, then gave each of them a jade slip, within which were contained some of the different forms that the formation could take on. If enemies were to make it to their formation core, they would be able to use the power of the restriction to oppose them. Elder Han then summoned 3 Wood Tribe beings to organize a place to stay for Han Li's trio in the buildings on the giant cloud. After all, there was still quite a long journey ahead, and prior to arriving at their destination, Han Li and the others naturally had to prime themselves into the best condition possible. Half a day later, a burst of rumbling rang out in the air once again, and the dozen or so giant clouds also departed from Cottonwood City, accompanied by thousands of flying carriages and battle arcs, heading directly toward the territory that had been taken over by the devilish army. Over half a month later, Han Li was standing expressionlessly atop a pagoda on the giant azure cloud, looking down toward a lush mountain range. Fei Xiaoxi and Chao Ji stood slightly behind him on either side, and they were also casting their eyes downward. Aside from over 100 flying carriages and battle arcs patrolling the nearby area, all of the other giant clouds were nowhere to be seen. The mountain range wasn't a very large one and only had a radius of less than 100 kilometers, but there were countless humanoid figures traversing through it as one tall platform after another rose up from the ground. These stone platforms were all of different heights with silver spirit patterns engraved upon them, and there were green flags that were shimmering with faint spiritual light situated all over them. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that all of these platforms had risen up over the few spirit veins in the mountain range. At the center of the mountains was a valley, within which a gigantic tree was growing rapidly at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. With each passing moment, it would grow by around a foot, and it was already virtually as tall as the mountains around it. On the ground around the giant tree was a green formation that was around 100 acres in area, and there were over 100 Wood tribe beings seated within the formation. All of them were at or above the nascent soul stage, and they all had their eyes closed while making different hand seals. All of the stone platforms were connected around the valley, causing all of the world's origin chi in the entire mountain range to converge toward the valley in a frenzy, forming a series of extremely exuberant five-colored rainbows in the nearby air. There were several small mountain ranges close to 100,000 kilometers away, where a series of massive trees were also rapidly growing in obscure locations, and there were countless tall platforms being erected near them as well. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they'd discover that there were 36 of these formations that had been set up within an area with a radius of around 500,000 kilometers. Even though they weren't all complete yet, they had been arranged in an extremely profound configuration to form a super formation that presented a spectacular breathtaking sight. At this point, all of the world's origin chi within the super formation had already been activated, and all types of energy fluctuations were beginning to appear in the air, filling the entire area with a sense of menace and peril. Standing atop the azure cloud, Han Li suddenly said, "At this rate, the formation core will be complete in a few days. Once it's completed, we'll descend this azure light island into the formation core and activate all of the protective restrictions to adopt a fully defensive stance." Fei Xiaoxi cast a glance toward Han Li before replying in a slightly cold voice, "I have no objections to that. However, it's rather surprising that the formation is taking so long to set up. I've heard that the progress at the other two formation cores is even slower than in our one. That's not going to be an issue, is it? According to the information I received yesterday, the battle between the United Army and Devilish Army has just commenced, and they're trying to lure the Devilish Army into our formation. At the very least, it would take the Devilish Army over 10 days to get here, and by then, the formation will definitely already be complete. What I'm worried about is whether the formation will actually be powerful enough to deal the Devilish Army a heavy blow," Han Li replied. "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, even without using the backup holy trees, the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation possesses unfathomable power. Now that the 36 holy trees are being used, even a grand ascension stage being would struggle to escape from the formation on their own. As for the ordinary devilish beings, they stand no chance in the face of the formation's power," Chao Ji reassured with a confident smile. "I'm sure the 36 backup holy trees will significantly bolster the formation's power, but at the same time, the devilish army is nothing to be scoffed at. In particular, all of the sacred ancestors possess immense power and many clones, all of which will be very difficult to deal with," Han Li said. "The sacred ancestors are indeed powerful, but the Grand Elders will be responsible for facing them, so what's there for us to worry about?" Fei Xiaoxi countered. Senior sang, and the others would perhaps be able to hold off the true bodies of the sacred ancestors, but they most likely won't be able to deal with the clones. Those clones will most likely be deployed by the devilish army to break the formation cores, Han Li replied with a smile. Sacred ancestor clones. Both Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Have the two of you crossed paths with sacred ancestor clones in the past? Han Li asked as a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. A hint of hatred appeared on Chao Ji's face as he replied, I had once encountered a sacred ancestor clone with a fellow Daoist of roughly the same cultivation base as myself, and that fellow Daoist perished during the battle, while I managed to escape with severe injuries. I haven't encountered a sacred ancestor clone in person, but many of my loved ones have perished by their hands. If they're sent to our formation core, I'll be sure to give them a taste of their own medicine, Fei Xiaoxi also said with a cold expression. Fairy Fei, if you were to encounter a sacred ancestor clone on your own, then I'd advise you to turn and run. Otherwise, you'll only be sacrificing yourself for nothing, Chao Ji advised with a wry smile. However, Fei Xiaoxi merely gave a dismissive harumph, clearly not intending to heed Chao Ji's advice. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoist Chao. If this formation really is as powerful as you say, then we should be able to contend with those sacred ancestor clones by drawing upon the formation's power. Of course, if too many of them come here at once, then we'll have to think of some other way, Han Li said in a calm voice. Think of some other way. Have you prepared some type of trump card, fellow Daoist Han? Chao Ji asked as his eyes lit up, and Fei Xiaoxi was also rather taken aback to hear this. I have indeed made some preparations, but I can't guarantee that they'll be effective, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. I see. It's quite a relief that you've made some preparations in advance, Brother Han, Chao Ji said as his expression eased slightly. It sounds like you're quite familiar with sacred ancestor clones, fellow Daoist Han. Have you faced some in the past as well? Fei Xiaoxi suddenly asked. I have indeed faced such clones on several occasions, Han Li replied in a calm manner. How did you fare against them? I'm well aware of that. The next few days will be of vital importance, so I'll have to trouble you to simulate the movement of the armies every day to prevent the direction of the battle from straying out of the realm of our control, Elder Han replied as he cupped his fist in a serious salute. All 8 of us have some aptitude when it comes to divination, but there are countless powerful beings involved in this battle, so there are far too many volatile factors. As such, we can only do our best, and the results of our simulation should only be referenced rather than fully trusted, the elderly man said with a shake of his head. I'm aware of that as well, but doing something will surely be better than doing nothing, Elder Han replied with a wry smile. Even though there was no way to glean the outcome of a battle of such a massive scale through divination, it was very plausible for one to simulate the progression of the battle through divination to make some accurate judgments. These 8 elderly men were the most renowned divination masters of the Wood Tribe, and they had made countless important contributions to the Wood Tribe. They were granted the title of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples by the panel of elders, and due to the overexertion of their life force through many years of divination, they had become extremely wizened in appearance. It was exactly due to this that the Wood Tribe had refrained from employing the services of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples prior to this, but as a result, their Grand Elder fell into a trap sprung by the devilish army, and not only was he severely wounded, most of the Wood Tribe's territory was lost to the devilish army. Thus, in this vital battle, the elders of the Wood Tribe had no choice but to enlist the services of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples in case any further mishaps occurred. Following the departure of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples, several Wood Tribe elders immediately approached Elder Han from nearby, and they began to discuss some important matters. Meanwhile, high up in the air above the border of the Wood Tribe's remaining territory and the territory claimed by the devilish army, Mo Jianli was hovering as a faint silver shadow within a dark cloud that was around an acre in size. Countless arcs of silver lightning were flashing in and out of the cloud before hurtling into the distance, where a giant inky black sword that was over 1,000 feet in length was plunged firmly into a mountain close to 10 kilometers away. Standing atop the hilt of the sword was a thin devilish man in a dark green cloak, and he was releasing streaks of glacial sword chi with both hands. Each streak of sword chi was several hundred feet in length, and they eradicated all of the oncoming bolts of silver lightning. In the air above a massive lake, two mountainous wolf projections were locked in a ferocious battle. At the center of this group was a black devilish arc that was several times larger than the flying carriages around it. Most of the arc was concealed within devilish chi, but there were some devilish beings that were visible on the arc, and their aura suggested that they were far more powerful than the devilish beings on the flying carriages. All of a sudden, an elderly voice rang out from the giant arc. "How long until we reach Cottonwood City?" The United Army's 3 Grand Ascension stage beings are all absent, and I had to expend a massive price to return to the spirit realm without being detected by the Wood Tribe, so failure is not an option here. At our current speed, we'll get to Cottonwood City in around half a month, Master Tun Tian, an extremely respectful male voice replied. "That's too slow. Yuan Cha and the others may not be able to buy me that much time. Speed up and make sure we get to Cottonwood City within 10 days. The holy tree is far more important to the Wood Tribe than you can imagine, and if we destroy it, the Wood Tribe won't be able to protect their remaining territory any longer," the elderly voice commanded. "But Master Tun Tian, this is already the fastest speed that the crescent moon flying carriages can travel at while remaining hidden. If we go any faster, we might not be able to avoid detection from the Wood Tribe," the male voice replied hesitantly. "That's all right, the United Army is already being forced into retreat, so it's gathering all of its forces. As long as we exercise some caution, there won't be any issues. Besides, even if we encounter any Wood Tribe spies, I'll make sure they don't manage to escape alive," the elderly voice chuckled coldly. "In that case, I'll relay your orders to everyone right away, Master Tun Tian," the male voice replied in an elated manner. Shortly thereafter, the devilish arc and all of the flying carriages tremored slightly before accelerating drastically, but at the same time, they began to emit a faint buzzing sound that made them a lot less stealthy and inconspicuous. 7 days later, Han Li was meditating at the foot of the giant tree when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately opened his eyes, as did Chao Ji and Fei Ziox, who were seated on either side of him. The three of them then looked up in unison, and after the span of just a few breaths, something came hurtling toward them from afar. Azure light flashed, and a streak of sword chi that was several feet in length arrived. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept a hand toward the distance, and the streak of sword chi circled around in the air above the valley before descending toward the massive tree. Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a small azure sword projection appeared in his hand, within which was contained a white jade slip. He rubbed his hands together, and the azure light instantly faded, leaving only the small jade slip behind. Han Li picked up the jade slip before adhering it to his own forehead, then injected his spiritual sense into it. Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi both turned toward him with serious expressions, and a short while later, Han Li removed the jade slip from his own forehead before tossing it toward Chao Ji. The devilish army will be entering the formation in 2 hours, and the formation's power will be fully activated in half a day with the aim of killing at least 2/3 of the devilish army. After inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Chao Ji was quite elated, and he tossed the jade slip to Fei Xiaoxi as he said, "So the devilish army really did fall for it. If we really can deal them such a heavy blow, then even if we can't recover the lost territory, we'll at least be able to ensure that the devilish army won't be able to launch any further attacks in the near future. In that case, we'll just have to activate the power of the formation at the agreed time. Once all 36 points are activated, the fate of those devilish beings will be sealed. Fei Xiaoxi also said with a smile after injecting her spiritual sense into the jade slip. Prior to the complete activation of the formation, we can't let anyone leave this place, so tell everyone to be on high alert, Hanli instructed. Yes, I'll relay that order right away and arrange some people to implement it, Chao Ji agreed. Most of the troops in the formation corps were Wood tribe beings, so it was naturally only fit for him to issue the order. I'll go examine the restriction to see if there are any areas that require addressing, Fei Xiaoxi volunteered. Alright, thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoists. I'll be staying here, make sure to inform me if you discover anything abnormal, Hanli replied with a nod. Thus, Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi rose to their feet before flying away. As for Hanli, he closed his eyes with a calm expression once again, seemingly completely unperturbed by the approaching devilish army. Half a day later, a string of rumbling booms suddenly rang out as countless massive trees emerged within the area encompassed by the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. Each of these trees was as thick as a water tank, and they grew to over 1,000 feet tall in the blink of an eye, creating a boundless forest. All of the devilish beings traveling through the air were instantly forced to plummet down onto the ground as soon as they entered the formation, regardless of whether they were using flying treasures or movement techniques. Only those who were at or above the spatial tempering stage could just barely remain hovering in mid-air, but the magic power this expended was several times that of what it normally was. Devilish beings were generally very tough and hardy, so most of them survived the fall, but this still sent the devilish army into a panicked frenzy. In contrast with the devilish army, the united army knew what to expect, and they were able to make composed descents as soon as the flight restriction appeared. Within the forest, countless specks of green light flashed, and the united army instantly vanished. Even the body integration stage devilish lords were unable to sense even a single enemy in the forest with their enormous spiritual sense. However, it was only in the next instant that the fearsome power of the formation began to make itself known. First came a burst of indescribable energy fluctuations that suddenly began to spread from the center of the formation. The fluctuations quickly swept through all parts of the forest, and extremely pure wood attribute spiritual qi emerged before gushing into some particularly massive trees in a frenzy. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and those massive trees were suddenly uprooted before transforming into wooden giants that were around 1,000 feet tall, all of which charged toward the devilish beings caught within the formation. After absorbing some wood attribute spiritual qi, the other trees in the forest also grew at a rapid rate, and they either swept their branches toward the devilish beings or fell upon them as massive logs. The devilish army was caught completely off guard, and they quickly suffered countless casualties. However, there were also quite a large number of high-grade devilish beings who had entered the formation, and they immediately began to issue orders, urging everyone to adopt defensive formations to protect themselves. Unfortunately for them, the formation's power far exceeded what was being displayed here. Almost as soon as the devilish army eradicated the wooden giants and nearby trees, gusts of fierce white winds suddenly swept through the air up above before forming a series of massive wind dragons that pounced toward the devilish beings down below with ferocious might. Following the wind dragons, countless green leaves emerged out of thin air, then transformed into sharp blades that rained down in a torrential downpour. Over 10 waves of different attacks were unleashed in succession, and in the wake of the carnage, the only devilish beings that remained were either extremely powerful themselves or were being protected by powerful high-grade devilish beings. Even though the formation was extremely powerful, targeting so many devilish beings at once naturally expended an astonishing amount of energy. Even with a vast number of spirit stones, spirit veins, and the pure spiritual power provided by the 36 backup holy trees, the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks and could only just barely trap the enemy as it slowly recovered its energy. At the rate at which the formation was recovering, it would take at least half a day before it could unleash another wave of attacks. As for the devilish beings outside the formation, all they saw was a flash of green light, following which an extremely thick green light barrier appeared before them, and they instantly lost contact with their brethren on the other side of the barrier. These devilish beings naturally began to attack the light barrier in a fit of bewilderment, and they were confident that the barrier wouldn't be able to last for long in the face of their combined attacks. However, right at this moment, countless giant light formations suddenly emerged in front of the light barrier amid a flash of white light. Some of the high-grade devilish beings immediately identified these formations, and they hurriedly yelled, "Those are teleportation formations. Attack them!" However, it was already too late. White light flashed from the light formations, and countless troops from the United Army appeared before immediately charging toward the remnants of the devilish army. Chapter 2163, Battle of the Wood Tribe. 2. Most of the devilish army was trapped in the formation, so the remnants were naturally severely outnumbered by the United Army. Even though the devilish beings organized themselves in retaliation, they were overwhelmed in less than half a day and were forced to begin a retreat. The United Army naturally wasn't willing to let them escape, and the tables were completely turned with the devilish army fleeing the scene, while the United Army gave chase in hot pursuit. Almost at the exact same moment that the devilish army began to retreat, a ball of piercing white light suddenly appeared on the waist of Yuan Cha, who was engaged in a battle with Patriarch Ao Shao. Immediately thereafter, a string of black runes surged forth before forming several lines of text before her eyes. Yuan Cha glanced at the message in a nonchalant manner, but her expression immediately changed drastically before she rose up into the air as a streak of black light, then vanished through the ceiling of the secret chamber she was situated in. Moments later, the streak of black light emerged from the swamp, then rose up to an altitude of tens of thousands of feet before flying toward the Wood Tribe's territory. However, right at this moment, a male voice rang out from even higher above. "Where are you going, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha?" As soon as the voice trailed off, a thunderclap suddenly rang out up above, and a bolt of silver lightning that was over 1,000 feet in length came crashing down. "You dare to stop me?" Yuan Cha was in a hurry to leave, but in the face of such a powerful attack, she had no choice but to stop and raise a hand upward in retaliation. A streak of black sword chi that was also over 1,000 feet in length was unleashed, and both the bolt of lightning and streak of sword chi vanished following a resounding clash. "Our battle still hasn't been decided, so I naturally can't allow you to leave." Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a ball of lightning appeared in a soundless manner. Within the ball of lightning was none other than the smiling Patriarch Ao Shao. Looks like you already planned everything in advance to stall the three of us, but don't celebrate too early, we'll see if you have what it takes to stop me." Yuan Cha harumphed with an enraged expression before conjuring up around a dozen identical projections, all of which fled toward different directions at the same time. Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger upward. "Restrict." All of a sudden, the air within a radius of 5 kilometers tremored as the world's origin chi surged, following which a massive white jade bowl came crashing down from above like a gigantic dome. 5-colored light flashed within the bowl alongside countless huge runes, and a burst of enormous force came surging out of it, causing even the air to congeal. The ground below the massive bowl also tremored violently before sinking down by several tens of feet, and the dozen or so Yuan Cha projections were caught completely off guard, reducing them to less than a tenth of their original speed. At the same time, Patriarch Ao Shao laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing around a dozen streaks of white light, each of which shot forth toward one of the Yuan Cha projections. The streaks of white light transformed into snowy white two-headed giant wolves mid-flight and pounced toward the projections without any hesitation. All of the Yuan Cha projections were naturally quite enraged by this, and they all summoned devilish treasures in retaliation. Thus, the battle between Patriarch Ao Shao and sacred ancestor Yuan Cha commenced once again, but it had become far more fierce than it had originally been. However, the two of them were quite evenly matched, so a decisive outcome clearly wouldn't be reached anytime soon. After receiving news of the dire situation that the devilish army was in, the other two sacred ancestors had also tried to escape, but they had been stopped by Mo Jianli and the Grand Ascension stage being from the Yiksha race as well. Meanwhile, during the interval where the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks, the high-grade devilish beings and sacred ancestor clones in the formation had departed from the rest of the devilish army. They had to take this opportunity to break the formation. Otherwise, once it recovered its energy and began to unleash more waves of attacks, even more casualties would result. On top of that, the fewer devilish beings that remained, the better the formation would be able to focus its attacks, thereby making them more powerful. Once all of the other devilish beings were eradicated, even the high-grade devilish beings weren't confident in their ability to survive in the formation. As such, even though they knew that it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to break the formation, they had no choice but to venture deep into the formation to find its cores. Among these high-grade devilish beings was a group of around a dozen spatial tempering stage devilish beings that were led by a cow-headed devilish lord. They were flying slowly over the forest while constantly appraising their surroundings in a careful manner. Even though the formation was no longer actively attacking them, it was still filled with all types of defensive restrictions, and activating those restrictions could easily spell their doom. On top of that, their spiritual sense was hampered by the formation, reducing their sensory range to less than 2,000 feet, so they naturally had to proceed with caution. After flying for close to 100 kilometers, no mishaps had taken place, and all of the devilish beings in the group had let down their guard slightly. Right as they were flying over a small hill, a streak of light suddenly appeared before the devilish scout who was leading the way from the front, and before he had a chance to do anything, the streak of light had already decapitated him. A black nascent soul that was enveloped within a ball of gray chi shot forth out of his headless body before retreating in a panicked frenzy, only to be completely destroyed by the same streak of light amid a cry of anguish. The other devilish beings were extremely alarmed by this, and they all summoned defensive devilish treasures. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted through the nearby area, and over 100 identical streaks of light emerged out of thin air. The devilish lord focused his gaze on the streaks of light and identified them to be yellow wooden swords, each of which was around a foot in length, and they were giving off glacial chi that was quite alarming even to him. Be careful. These wooden swords possess power comparable to an all-out attack from a spatial tempering stage being, the devilish lord yelled as he injected his magic power into an umbrella-shaped protective treasure before him. The three of us should be able to keep the three devilish lords at bay. We'll just leave the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings to the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings under our command, Fei Xiaoxi said in an expressionless manner. Those 4 devilish beings are all at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and their powers will undoubtedly be bolstered even further by their combination techniques. In contrast, our subordinates are all average spatial tempering stage beings, so they may not be a match for those 4 devils. Even so, they'll have the formation to assist them. They won't be able to use the most powerful restrictions, but the other restrictions are quite useful as well. Surely that'll be enough, Fei Xiaoxi countered in a confident manner. Chao Ji considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, there shouldn't be any issues. What do you think, Brother Han? Even with the formation to assist them, our subordinates won't be able to stop those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings. If I'm not mistaken, those 4 devils should have been manifested by the same devilish being. If they were to combine as one, the resulting enemy will definitely be extremely powerful, so it'd be best for you to take them on yourself, Fairy Fei. Also, the formation core needs to be guarded at all times in case of sneak attacks, so fellow Daoist Chao Ji will stay behind. As for those 3 devilish lords, just leave them to me, Han Li said. What? Are you serious, Brother Han? Fei Xiao was very bewildered to hear this. Rest assured, I'll be more than capable of looking after myself. Brother Xia, show yourself, Hanli said with a smile. As soon as his voice trailed off, a white figure emerged silently beside Hanli amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the aura he was releasing was no less powerful than Hanli's. It was none other than Daoist Xia. A late body integration stage being. Isn't that? Qiao Ji and Fei Xiao were both stunned at the sight of Daoist Xia. I'm sure there aren't any further issues now, right, fellow Daoists? Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Qiao Ji was the first to return to his senses, and he immediately cupped his fist in a salute as a wide smile appeared on his face. Of course, I didn't think that our seniors had arranged for such a powerful being to accompany us in secret. I have no objections either, Fei Xiaoxi said with a peculiar look on her face. It was clear that the two of them had arrived at the conclusion that Daoist Xia had been sent to accompany Hanli by the Grand Ascension Stage seniors of the United Army. As for Daoist Xia himself, he merely stood in complete silence beside Hanli. Hanli offered no explanation for Daoist Xia's behavior and shifted his gaze back to the crystal bowl. At this point, the 7 devilish beings had already eradicated the nearby bolts of lightning and were slowly flying toward the center of the mountain range. Chapter 2165, Battle of the Wood Tribe. 4. A ferocious look flashed through the burly devilish lord's eyes, and he immediately tossed his copper mirror up into the air before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that seeped into the mirror. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the mirror, and a pavilion-sized ghostly face emerged from within it. The sinister ghostly face hovered in mid-air with its eyes closed, and the burly devilish lord quickly pointed at it, following which it immediately opened its eyes, which were filled with dazzling black light. At the same time, it let loose a bone-chilling cackle before opening its mouth to blast forth a burst of ferocious black flames, catching the streak of azure light completely off guard and engulfing it in the blink of an eye. What a fool! Even with a protective divine spirit treasure, one wouldn't be able to last long within my infernal devilish flames, the burly devilish lord chortled while controlling the ghostly face. The inky black devilish flames converged into a ball at his behest, then rose up as a thick pillar of flames that trapped the streak of azure light firmly within it. Is that so? Perhaps other people wouldn't be able to withstand these flames for long, but for me, breaking free is an easy task. A calm male voice rang out from within the pillar of black flames, following which the pleasant cry of a bird sounded. A ball of silver light then erupted forth, completely disregarding the devilish flames and rising up to the top of the fiery pillar before transforming into a giant silver bird that was several hundred feet in length. The bird was shimmering with silver light, and as it spread its wings, all of its feathers burst into flames, causing the air temperature to spike dramatically while the entire sky turned a shade of bright red. From a distance, it looked as if a silver sun had risen up above the black pillar of flames. The burly devilish lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to make another hand seal, but it was already too late. The massive silver bird raised its head and let loose a long cry, then opened its beak to expel a burst of suction force. The pillar of flames down below instantly began to surge into the silver bird's beak as countless black threads, and within the span of just a few breaths, the fiery pillar had become extremely feeble, revealing an azure humanoid figure within it. The humanoid figure didn't appear to be using any treasures, and his protective spiritual light alone was enough to keep the remaining black devilish flames at bay. The burly devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. He was more aware than anyone of how powerful his own infernal devilish flames were, and the fact that this man was able to keep it at bay with his protective spiritual light alone instantly made the devilish lord think that he was perhaps facing a grand ascension stage being. This thought immediately made him turn extremely pale and sent cold sweat pouring down his back. All of a sudden, he sprang up before pointing a finger at the ghostly face overhead, then roared the word, "Explode." Immediately thereafter, his arms detached themselves from his body before instantly exploding into two clouds of blood mist that enveloped him in a flash. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the giant ghostly face, and it exploded amid a flash of black light, sending countless thin black threads erupting forth in a frenzy to form a gargantuan net that descended toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately thrusted a palm upward while waving his other sleeve nonchalantly toward the distance. A massive golden hand projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared before grabbing toward the giant net, and the entire net of black threads was torn apart with ease. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap erupted out of Han Li's sleeve, and a bolt of golden lightning shot forth before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the bolt of golden lightning reappeared right above the burly devilish lord, who was about to fly away in retreat as a streak of crimson light, then came crashing down upon him at an incredible speed. The golden lightning instantly eradicated the blood mist above his head, then hurtled down toward him with unstoppable force. The burly devilish lord hurriedly shot back in retreat upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to release a shimmering yellow flying dagger, which flew directly toward the oncoming bolt of golden lightning. The two clashed, and the golden lightning vanished in a flash, but the yellow dagger also became completely dull and devoid of luster before falling out of the heavens like a piece of scrap metal. With Han Li's current powers, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely potent against devilish treasures. As a result of the damage sustained by the flying dagger, the burly devilish lord's face paled as he threw up a mouthful of blood. However, black light suddenly erupted from his body as he continued to retreat, completely disregarding the falling dagger. "I commend your decisiveness, but I'm afraid that won't be enough for you to escape me," Han Li said in an expressionless manner before taking a large stride forward. Before he had even completed his stride, a loud thunderclap rang out beneath him, and countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of the sole of his foot before instantly forming a silver lightning formation that was around 10 feet in size. As soon as he stepped into the formation, he vanished without a trace, then appeared several thousand feet away in the blink of an eye. The burly devilish lord had only just heaved a sigh of relief when a thunderclap suddenly rang out in front of him, following which a silver lightning formation appeared without any warning. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li stepped out of the center of the formation. The burly devilish lord was greatly alarmed to see this, and he immediately tried to flee toward another direction. However, a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly emerged behind Han Li, and it opened its 6 eyes before swinging its 6 arms through the air in unison as soon as it appeared. Golden light flashed, and 6 giant golden swords, each of which was around 10 feet in length, appeared in its hands before being slashed toward the distance. 6 streaks of golden sword chi were unleashed before forming a golden thread that swept through the burly devilish lord's body in a flash. A howl of anguish rang out as the devilish lord's protective treasures and body were instantly sliced in half, upon which a panicked black nascent soul instantly emerged within a ball of yellow light. However, before the nascent soul had a chance to get away, the 6 streaks of sword chi swept back in unison to erase it off the face of this realm. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and the golden projection behind him silently disappeared. It had only taken him an instant to kill this mid-body integration stage devilish lord from the moment that the latter had self-detonated his treasure and arms to escape. With the array of powerful treasures up his sleeve, this devilish lord was no less powerful than the average late-body integration stage being, but he was obviously no match for Han Li. Within a peculiar space enshrouded within 5-colored light, 4 giant ape-like devilish beings were hovering in mid-air with crimson light flashing from their furry bodies, while a faint odor of blood and gore wafted through the air. They were surrounded by a dozen or so green-skinned wood tribe beings, all of whom wore grim expressions. In the air above them was a woman wearing a cold expression with her arms crossed. There was a pair of crimson wings spread open on her back, and there were golden and silver runes flashing all over the wings. The woman was none other than Fei Xiaoxi of the Yiksha race, and even she was appraising the four spatial tempering stage devilish beings with a wary look in her eyes. I had thought that the boundless blood devilish arts had become defunct in the elder devil realm, but who would have thought that I would encounter it today? Looks like I was right to have come here to face the four of you in person, Fei Xiaoxi said in a cold voice. Seeing as you recognize our boundless blood devilish arts, then hurry up and get these fools to stand down. If they try to battle us, they'll only be offering up their blood essence to us, one of the four devilish beings replied. Hee, if you were all at the body integration stage, even the early body integration stage, I would flee the scene with them right away, but you're only at the spatial tempering stage, even with the boundless blood devilish arts, you're no match for all of us. Attack! As soon as an opportunity arises, I'll strike to kill all four of them, Fei Xiaoxi instructed with a cold smile. The Wood Tribe beings were very wary toward the four devilish beings, but they still sprang into action without any hesitation at Fei Xiaoxi's behest. Some of the Wood Tribe beings raised both hands up into the air to release countless streaks of azure light, while others opened their mouths to expel bursts of viscous azure chi, which transformed into ropes swept toward the four devilish beings. Elsewhere within the five-colored light, Fei Xiaoxi had already pulled out all the stops and was opposing a dozen or so crimson WIRMs with several colorful balls of light. These crimson WIRMs all had bright crimson chi that contained boundless blood essence swirling around their bodies, and they were extremely fierce and vicious. At this point, the number of Wood Tribe beings hidden within the light restriction had been reduced to only 9. But they were still using their treasures to attack the red-furred giant with all their might. However, all of those attacks were easily kept at bay by the revolving bands of crimson light, which would release crimson shockwaves in retaliation, knocking back the treasures and causing the protective restriction around the Wood Tribe beings to waver perilously. The fallen Wood Tribe beings had clearly all been killed by the crimson shockwaves that had managed to scatter the five-colored light, and at this point, the two ape-headed monsters had already transformed into around a dozen projections that were unleashing countless claw projections toward the furred giant, but they didn't dare to get too close to it. Even though Fei Xiaoxi was just barely managing to keep the giant's attacks at bay, she had been completely forced onto the back foot. As for the giant, it was swinging its huge arms through the air with black runes surging around its body, and the crimson WIRMs that it was controlling were gradually becoming thicker and larger. Fei Xiaoxi was still able to maintain a calm expression, but internally, she was starting to grow quite anxious. She had thought that with her cultivation base advantage and the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings assisting her, she would be able to trump her enemy's special cultivation method, but she was quickly discovering that she had made a grave error. The boundless blood devilish arts was extremely powerful, and the crimson WIRMs it created were no less powerful than actual WIRMs. Fei Xiaoxi had unleashed powerful abilities to kill a few of those WIRMs, but they were easily replaced with a wave of the furred giant's hand. If she were to target the giant instead of those WIRMs, then her attacks would simply be thwarted by the bands of crimson light, so under these circumstances, Fei Xiaoxi could only rely on the formation's power to slowly wear down the giant, but the situation was gradually worsening for her. Just as she was considering requesting assistance from Chao Ji, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out beside her, and two humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of five-colored light. They were none other than Han Li and Daoish Xia. Fei Xiaoxi was stunned by the sight of them. Interesting. As I suspected, those four spatial tempering stage devilish beings are manifested by the same being. To think that they're able to force you onto the back foot, the devilish arts they're cultivating must be quite extraordinary, Han Li said with a hint of surprise and intrigue in his eyes. The sacred ancestor clones had arrived too quickly for the fellow Taoists at the third formation core to use this secret technique, so they were overwhelmed before they could do anything. Chao Ji replied with a wry smile. I see. Brother Xia and I will do our best to hold the sacred ancestor clones off for an hour. Teleport us to an area near them, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Chao Ji was greatly reinvigorated upon hearing this, and he was clearly very confident in the restriction. Alright, if you can buy me that much time, then I'll be able to protect this formation for sure. Fairy Fei, I'm sure you heard fellow Daoist Chao's message. Go back to protect the formation core and leave the sacred ancestor clones to Brother Xia and myself. You can all go back with her as well, Han Li said to Fei Xiaoxi and the Wood Tribe beings as he stowed his formation plate away. Fei Xiaoxi had only just recovered somewhat from her astonishment, and her expression changed a few times before she sighed. Alright, I'll leave everything to you and go back to protect Brother Chao then. Before Han Li could say anything in response, she immediately made a hand seal and flew away as a streak of light, followed closely by the Wood Tribe beings who had accompanied her. Han Li looked on at their departing figures with a calm expression, but a cold smile soon appeared on his face. 5 sacred ancestor clones, That'll be quite a handful. I'm sure other sacred ancestor clones will also get here soon. Let's go, Brother Xia. If we can kill all of these sacred ancestor clones, then I'm sure the morale of the devilish army will be severely dampened. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li waved a hand toward Daoist Xia, who instantly vanished on the spot before arriving beside Han Li. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around them, and countless specks of light converged to form a colorful formation beneath the duo. Han Li stood at the center of the formation and casually cast an incantation seal toward the edge, following which both of them were inundated by a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Shortly after their departure, the colorful light formation also disintegrated amid a dull thump. High up in the air close to 100 kilometers away, 5 high-grade devilish beings in different attire had just laid waste to a restriction comprised of a sea of flames, and they were just about to advance onward when Han Li and Daoist Xia suddenly appeared before them amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The 5 devilish beings faltered slightly before cold smiles appeared on their faces, but they didn't attack right away, choosing to inspect Han Li's duo with intrigued expressions instead. Han Li also appraised the 5 devilish beings in an expressionless manner to find that there were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was a heavily wrinkled green-robed elderly man with a pair of remarkably long eyes that were flashing with a cold light. The other 2 were both burly armored men with hideous features, giving off ferocious, baleful auras. As for the 2 women, both of them were extremely beautiful. One of them was quite petite and gave off an indescribable sense of allure, while the other was quite tall and slender with a cold expression, and a pair of black feathered wings on her back. 2 late body integration stage beings, Who's going to take care of them? The green-robed elderly man was the first to break the silence. Time is of the essence. With each passing moment, hundreds of our brethren are being killed, so leave these 2 to me and go on ahead. A golden-armored burly man with a pair of horns on his head replied before suddenly making a grabbing motion, upon which a giant black axe that was several tens of feet in length appeared in his grasp. Alright, with your powers, you should be able to take care of those 2 with no issues. Let's keep going, the elderly man replied with a nonchalant nod, then vanished as a gentle breeze. The other armored man had an extra eye on his glabella, and he stomped a foot onto the ground and vanished into thin air as a thick bolt of lightning, while the 2 devilish women exchanged a smiling glance before preparing to leave as well. Almost at the exact same moment, the axe-wielding burly man abruptly raised his giant axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li and Daoist Xia. An inky black blade projection that was several hundred feet in length was instantly unleashed, and it hurtled directly toward Han Li's duo like lightning, leaving a trail of white spatial cracks in its wake. None of you are getting away. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made a hand seal, and a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a flash of brilliant golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, and a massive golden sword appeared in each of its hands before immediately being slashed through the air in unison. 6 golden sword projections instantly swept forth, then suddenly vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. At this point, the black axe projection had also arrived, and in response, Daoist Xie stepped forward in a nonchalant manner, positioning himself in front of Han Li before raising a finger and casually pointing it at the oncoming axe projection. Chapter 2169, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 8. A speck of golden light suddenly appeared on Daoist Xie's fingertip, then instantly transformed into a golden ball of light with a diameter of around 10 feet. The black axe projection struck the ball of light in a completely soundless manner, but in the next instant, the ball of light flashed violently a few times before self-detonating, unleashing bursts of golden shockwaves that swept toward the axe projection in retaliation. Golden and black light intertwined, and the black axe projection was unable to advance any further. A look of surprise appeared on the golden-armored man's face while a series of balls of golden light erupted out of thin air around Han Li, then shot forth in all directions as countless thin sword projections. Spatial fluctuations erupted within these sword projections, and a pair of humanoid figures were forced to reveal themselves. One of them had gusts of fierce winds revolving around his body to sweep away the oncoming sword projections, while the other was surrounded by arcs of lightning that eradicated all of the nearby sword projections with ease. These two were none other than the green-robed elderly man and the three-eyed armored man. The two of them were clearly very surprised to have been forced out of thin air, and they immediately turned toward Han Li with vicious expressions. The 2 devilish women were also quite taken aback by this, and the 2 exchanged a surprised glance. "Humph, you've got some backbone. Do you really think the 2 of you can contend with all 5 of us? Have you deluded yourselves into thinking that you're both Grand Ascension stage beings? Do you have a death wish?" the green-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. "I'm no Grand Ascension cultivator, but you're not true sacred ancestors either, so what do I have to fear?" Han Li replied with a calm smile. "What a big mouth you have. Fellow Taoists, it looks like we'll have to take care of him before we can continue onward. Let's kill him together, then continue on our way," the elderly man said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Even though he didn't know why Han Li was so confident, a hint of peril had suddenly welled up in his heart, and he knew that he couldn't treat Han Li lightly. "Don't stick your noses into this battle. These 2 are my opponents. Do you really think I can't take care of a pair of body integration stage beings?" the golden-armored man roared with a furious expression. His 4 companions were just about to spring into action, but they couldn't help but falter slightly upon hearing this. "Brother Nyo, have you forgotten the orders we received? The outcome of this battle hinges on our success. This is no time for you to be throwing a fit. If we lose this battle because of you, then you'll have to answer to our masters," the elderly man threatened in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. The golden-armored man shuddered upon hearing this before quickly forcing a smile onto his own face. "Ah. Ahaha, forgive me for getting so worked up, Brother Shi. I'm well aware of how important mission is. In that case, let's strike together. These 2 seem to have some tricks up their sleeves, so it would be best to kill them as quickly as possible." Han Li was left feeling rather speechless at the sight of how quickly the golden-armored man's attitude had shifted, but the elderly man was completely unsurprised to see this. Instead, he issued an instruction in a completely expressionless manner, and the 5 devilish beings instantly surrounded Han Li's duo. The 5 of them appeared to be moving slowly, but all of them had prepared vast amounts of magic power, and were no longer hiding their fearsome auras. So they really are all sacred ancestor clones. "Brother Xie, how many of them can you take on?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "I can kill 2 or trap 3, Daoist Xia replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely talking about the weather. All right, then I'll leave 3 of them to you and take on the remaining 2, Han Li replied without any hesitation. No problem, Daoist Xie replied. Hee, you 2 sure dare to talk big. Take this. The golden-armored man was furious upon hearing what was being said, and a mountainous cow head projection instantly appeared behind him amid a flash of black light, following which he hoisted his massive black axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li again. This attack was different from the previous one in that on this occasion, thousands of axe projections were unleashed, all of which had black devilish chi revolving around them and were directed straight toward Han Li's duo. The golden-armored man's actions seemed to have ignited the killing intent in the hearts of the other devilish beings, and they all attacked at once. A fierce look appeared on the elderly man's face as he swept his sleeves through the air, releasing 2 swarms of bright red poisonous hornets, each of which was around the size of a finger. These hornets were all giving off a pungent rank odor, and they flew rapidly toward Han Li and Daoist Xia as soon as they were released. Meanwhile, the 3-eyed devilish being made a hand seal, and the 3rd eye on his glabella sprang open, revealing red, yellow, and green light swirling within his pupils before 3 dazzling pillars of light were unleashed. The pillars of light reached Daoist Xia in a soundless manner in a flash, and at the same time, the petite devilish woman rubbed her hands together before raising them in unison, releasing countless pink threads of light that converged to form a massive pink net before descending from above. Accompanying the net was a faint fragrance, and upon inhaling this scent, even Han Li was feeling rather lightheaded, which was rather alarming to him. As for the final winged devilish woman, she flapped her wings gently, and specks of black light appeared behind her amid a burst of glacial chi. The woman harumphed coldly as the specks of black light shot forth, transforming into black ice spikes mid-flight, taking up almost half of the entire sky with their massive numbers. In the face of this string of attacks, a loud thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a flash of lightning. He then let loose a low cry as he abruptly flapped his wings, and he instantly vanished on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, Daoist Xia was the only one left at the center of all of the attacks, but he merely disregarded the oncoming barrage as he took a step forward. Golden light flashed from his body, following which a dense golden light barrier appeared around him, and the light barrier was immediately inundated by the pillars of light, axe projections, ice spikes, and the pink net of threads. Resounding booms rang out relentlessly as dazzling lights intertwined, and the surrounding space warped violently as astonishing shockwaves swept forth in all directions. The 2 swarms of red hornets didn't dare to approach the epicenter of the clashes and could only unleash streaks of crimson light from afar, further contributing to the assault. However, the golden light barrier seemed to be an impregnable fortress, and it didn't waver in the slightest in the face of the ferocious attacks raining down upon it. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia stood completely still within the golden light barrier, adopting a passive stance without displaying any intention of retaliating. The 5 devilish beings were stunned to see this, and their expressions darkened significantly. Right at this moment, an arc of silver light flashed up above alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Han Li emerged amid a loud thunderclap. He cast his gaze down below, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to summon his provenance true devil projection again. As soon as the giant projection appeared, it thrust its 6 palms downward in unison, and a ball of golden light comprised of countless golden runes appeared in the palm of each of its hands. A cold look appeared on the winged devilish woman's face upon seeing this, and she flapped her wings viciously upward in unison. 2 streaks of that were over 100 feet in length instantly appeared before sweeping up toward Han Li, and at the same time, the elderly man raised a thin and wizened palm upward. The palm extended out of his sleeve with purple light flashing incessantly around it, and a massive purple claw projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared beneath Han Li before grabbing toward him with ferocious might. These sacred ancestor clones were truly far more powerful than normal devilish lords, and devastating attacks were directed toward Hanli as soon as he emerged from his lightning teleportation. The other 3 devilish lords hadn't attacked him, but that wasn't because they hadn't detected his presence. They were merely of the opinion that the elderly man and winged woman would be enough to take care of Hanli. Hanli was quite elated to see this, and he immediately injected his spiritual power into his Provenance True Devil projection in a frenzy. Brilliant golden light immediately erupted from the projection, and the balls of light in its hands swelled drastically in size before being hurled downward in unison. Chapter 2170, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 9. The 6 golden balls of light quickly combined as one in mid-air, then transformed into a giant golden vortex. Initially, the vortex was only several tens of feet in size, but as it rapidly rotated, it swelled drastically in area, inflating to cover around an acre. Countless golden and silver runes surged out of the vortex alongside a burst of enormous force, and as soon as the 2 streaks of black light came into contact with the vortex, they were drawn into it by a burst of tremendous suction force before being destroyed. The giant purple claw projection also faltered in the face of the obstruction posed by the countless golden and silver runes, and during this split-second delay, the golden vortex swelled once again by close to half its original size. The air around the giant claw projection immediately tightened, and it was as if a massive mountain were crashing down upon it. The claw projection began to tremor violently in the face of this astonishing force, and it appeared to be on the brink of destruction. At the same time, the 5 devilish beings down below also felt the air around them tighten as they were immobilized by a burst of invisible power. The 5 devilish beings faltered initially upon sensing this before immediately flaring up with rage. Cries of fury instantly rang out as all types of light and devilish chi erupted from the bodies of the 5 devilish beings to escape from the restrictive force, yet just as they were about to break free, a peculiar smile appeared on Hanli's face. At the same time, he made a hand seal before abruptly flapping his wings, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of his wings in a frenzy, then converged to form a pair of massive balls of lightning. Hanli then pointed a finger down at the green-robed elderly man and the winged woman, and the 2 balls of lightning instantly vanished amid a resounding boom. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted as the 2 balls of lightning emerged right in front of the elderly man and winged woman, and countless arcs of silver lightning sprang forth to form a pair of lightning formations. The elderly man and winged woman were each situated at the center of one of the formations. These are teleportation formations. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and a burst of scorching purple flames erupted from his body, instantly nullifying the restrictive force acting upon him. Immediately thereafter, his body blurred as he attempted to escape the lightning formation, but right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from above, and a burst of excruciating pain instantly speared through the elderly man's head. Even though he was far more powerful than the average body integration cultivator, he still threw his hands over his own head involuntarily, and his body swayed as if he were on the verge of falling. During this split-second delay, the lightning formation was activated, and the elderly man vanished amid a flash of lightning. The winged woman had also been teleported away by the lightning formation beneath her feet, and a smile appeared on Hanli's face as he flapped his wings again, releasing countless arcs of lightning to form another shimmering silver lightning formation. After that, he stepped into the formation and disappeared in a flash, following which the golden vortex disintegrated amid a dull thump. Only then did the remaining 3 devilish beings escape from the restrictive force, and all of them wore expressions of shock and fury. However, the petite woman's expression quickly eased slightly as she said, "They haven't been teleported too far away. I can sense that they're still within 10,000 kilometers of us. If we want to reunite with them, we'll be able to do so very quickly." "That's good to hear. It's a good thing that you can directly communicate with our other fellow Taoists using your secret technique. Otherwise, we'd all be very concerned." The golden-armored man's expression also eased slightly upon hearing this. The three-eyed devilish man was clearly also very relieved to hear this, yet right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted nearby. The golden light barrier that was facing the barrage of attacks suddenly exploded as a ball of golden light. Countless streaks of golden light shot forth at once, destroying all of the nearby attacks before piercing into the swarm of red hornets up above in a flash. Countless hornets were instantly killed by the streaks of golden light, with only just over 100 fortunate survivors, all of which immediately scattered in a panicked manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation erupted into the heavens, following which a mountainous golden crab emerged within the golden light. That's the holy crab from the devilish origin sea. It's a faux immortal puppet as powerful as a sacred ancestor. What is it doing here? The golden-armored man and petite woman were stunned by the sight of Daoist Xie's true form, and they immediately began to retreat with horrified expressions as devilish qi surged out of their bodies. It was clear that they were preparing to flee as soon as the giant golden crab made a move. The three-eyed devilish being displayed no intention to flee, but he was also clearly quite astonished. However, a burst of radiance then flashed through his three eyes, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. It seems that you've all seen me in the past. I'll make things simple for you. If the three of you wait here until fellow Daoist Han concludes his battle against your companions, then I won't attack you for now. Otherwise, I'll be forced to step in, the giant golden crab said. The petite woman and golden-armored man's faces paled upon hearing this, and they immediately faltered in their retreat. There's no need to be afraid, fellow Taoists. This holy crab's aura is nowhere near what it had been back in the devilish origin sea, and it's currently not even at the grand ascension stage. It seems that this faux immortal puppet's cultivation base has been severely debilitated for some reason, so the three of us should be able to face it, the three-eyed devilish being yelled as he abruptly patted a leather pouch hanging from his waist. A burst of rainbow light swept forth from the opening of the pouch, following which three translucent jade-like skeletons appeared before him. Each of the skeletons held a white bone shield in one hand and a bone hammer in the other, and they were arranged in a row next to one another. All of the skeletons were giving off mid-body integration stage auras. A hint of surprise appeared in the petite woman's eyes, and she hurriedly asked, "Are you sure there's something wrong with this golden crab?" Fellow Daoist Ming has cultivated the treasured dermic eyes, so I'm sure his judgment is reliable. Directly across from him were the green-robed elderly man and winged woman, both of whom were glowering intently at him. Chapter 2171, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 10. As expected, you're no ordinary body integration cultivator. It's quite remarkable that you were able to teleport both of us here with formations that you created on the spot. However, do you intend to take on both of us on your own? The elderly man asked as he appraised the giant projection behind Hanli with a cautious expression. The two of you are just a pair of clones, so why can't I take on both of you? Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. You're going to pay the ultimate price for your arrogance. The elderly man flared up with rage upon hearing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which a burst of crimson light erupted into the heavens behind him, then formed a crimson insect projection that was over 100 feet in length. The projection was of a bright red color and extreme rotund, resembling a giant silkworm. However, its cavernous mouth was filled with sharp fangs, presenting a terrifying sight to behold. As soon as the insect projection appeared, it opened its mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, which split up into countless crimson threads that swept directly toward Hanli. The smile on Hanli's face faded, and the projection behind him raised its 6 arms in unison at his behest. Countless golden fist projections instantly appeared in front of him, then transformed into balls of golden light to oppose the crimson threads. A string of resounding booms rang out in rapid succession, and the golden fist projections exploded as soon as they came into contact with the crimson threads, but the threads were all kept at bay as a result. The elderly man harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the crimson threads. All of a sudden, the threads began to sway and twist as if they had come alive, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of Hanli, and countless crimson threads emerged before raining down upon him in a torrential downpour. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately flew back by several tens of feet. At the same time, the azure sword lotuses beneath his feet swelled drastically to form several layers of azure light barriers before him. As soon as the crimson threads flew into the azure sword barriers, they were instantly shredded. Despite the sheer number of crimson threads, not even a single one of them was able to pierce through the light barriers, and they all disintegrated into clouds of blood mist. Strangely enough, not only was the elderly man not disappointed to see this, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly cast his gaze toward the winged woman as if he had detected something. A burst of blue light flashed through his eyes, and his expression darkened slightly as he quickly released his enormous spiritual sense all around himself. Immediately thereafter, one of his arms expanded drastically in size amid a string of loud cracks and pops, following which he threw a punch behind himself like lightning. His fist instantly turned a shimmering golden color, and a burst of loud thunderclaps accompanied his punch. At the same time, a burst of barely detectable spatial fluctuations erupted before his fist, following which a semi-transparent winged figure emerged in a wraith-like manner. The golden fist hurtled directly toward the winged figure's head in a merciless manner, and it looked as if this were a choreographed sequence where the winged figure had set itself up to be punched. A hint of surprise appeared on the winged figure's pale face upon seeing this, but it merely twisted around and took on a blurry quality. The golden fist passed right through the winged figure's head, but it was as if the fist had struck nothing but thin air. Only then did the blurry humanoid figure disintegrate into nothingness. Hanli immediately turned around before casting his gaze toward a nearby patch of space with his brows slightly furrowed. Spatial fluctuations erupted from that patch of space, and the winged figure re-emerged before meeting Hanli's gaze with a cold one of her own. The winged figure was none other than the winged devilish woman, but there was a completely identical figure standing right next to the elderly man at this moment. This is the first time I've seen a body integration stage being with such exceptional illusionary and concealment abilities. If it weren't for my spirit eyes and spiritual sense, I would have been fooled into thinking that you hadn't done anything, Hanli said in a calm voice as he suddenly pointed a finger toward the winged woman beside the elderly man. A bolt of golden lightning shot forth from his fingertip and struck the winged woman's body in a flash, upon which she instantly disintegrated into specks of white light, revealing the woman to have been nothing more than an illusion. Both the elderly man and the true winged woman's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and the latter said in a cold voice, "You may have survived this attack, but what about the next one?" Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling in response, "Oh? Are you planning to use the same attack against me again? Do you think it'll still work?" "I do indeed plan to use the same attack again." A hint of killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes as she abruptly flapped her wings, and her body vanished yet again. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the other side of Hanli, and she re-emerged before reaching toward him with a pair of hands that had transformed into sharp black claws. Hanli immediately swept a sleeve through the air upon seeing this to release a streak of azure sword chi to slice the winged woman's body in half, but it merely vanished, revealing itself to be nothing more than another projection. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted on the other side, and the winged woman appeared again in a wraith-like manner before unleashing countless claw projections toward Hanli. In response, Hanli turned his head in an expressionless manner before opening his mouth to release a bolt of golden lightning that struck the winged woman, but it merely pierced through her body, revealing it to be yet another projection. All of a sudden, the winged woman emerged above Han Li's head, then flapped her wings to send countless streaks of black light raining down from above. Thus, with her incredible movement techniques, the winged woman was able to appear over and over again all around Han Li and unleash all types of attacks against him while her own body remained completely unharmed. Interesting. You teleport away as soon as you complete an attack and only leave behind a projection to fool the enemy. This is a very intriguing tactic, but I'm afraid it's not going to be effective against me, Han Li mused in an intrigued voice as blue light flashed within his eyes. All of a sudden, the Provenance True Devil projection behind him raised its 6 arms in unison, and a giant golden sword appeared in each of its hands before being slashed through the air to oppose all of the oncoming attacks. The winged woman merely ignored this and continued to phase in and out of existence around Han Li. On top of that, she was growing faster and faster, and her attacks were also becoming more and more ferocious. It was as if Han Li were being attacked by multiple people at once. However, Han Li remained as calm as ever, and after negotiating several waves of attacks, a cold smile appeared on his face as he flipped a hand over to summon a small black mountain amid a flash of black light. However, before he had a chance to unleash the extreme mountain, his expression suddenly changed slightly as countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body to form a golden lightning robe. Almost at the exact same moment, the faint blood mist wafting through the air around him formed countless crimson threads once again before hurtling directly toward Han Li. If he hadn't detected what was happening in advance, he really would have fallen prey to this sneak attack. As things currently were, he merely injected more magic power into his lightning robe, which swelled drastically in size to meet the oncoming crimson threads. The golden lightning robe flashed erratically, and the crimson threads all exploded upon coming into contact with it. Clouds of blood mist permeated through the air once again, and the mist quickly became extremely viscous with countless crimson runes flashing within it. The elderly man was elated to see this, and he hurriedly yelled, "Fairy Ling, hurry and use that ability." I would have done so even if you hadn't said anything," the winged woman replied in a cold voice as 7 identical winged women suddenly appeared in the air around the blood mist. As soon as these 7 devilish women appeared, they rubbed their hands together in unison to produce a reddish-black devilish flag each before tossing them into the air above the blood mist. The 7 flags were only around 10 feet in length, but there was a bright red devilish formation engraved onto the surface of each flag, and they instantly transformed into 7 reddish-black balls of light that began to rapidly revolve through the air. Right at this moment, the 7 devilish women began to chant an incantation while rapidly flicking incantation seals toward the devilish flags. In the next instant, 7 dull thumps rang out, and the flags abruptly vanished, replaced by 7 reddish-black light formations that appeared above the blood mist. At the center of each formation was a ball of crimson devilish flames. Chapter 2172, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 11. The 7 winged women let loose a collective delicate cry, and crimson magma-like liquid instantly poured out of all 7 formations. The liquid quickly spread over the vast expanse of blood mist, forming a sea of ferocious flames. However, what was quite strange was that the sea of flames was giving off a frosty sensation rather than scorching heat. The 7 formations began to swell drastically amid a flash of light before combining as one, forming an ancient seal character that was around an acre in size before descending toward the sea of flames. In the instant that the rune entered the sea of flames, it vanished into the fire as specks of spiritual light. In the next instant, countless specks of light surged out of the sea of flames in a frenzy, forming a reddish-black light barrier that sealed the entire sea of fire beneath it. Countless runes surged over the surface of the light barrier and fluctuated erratically in size, presenting a mysterious sight to behold. The elation on the elderly man's face became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and he immediately rushed over to the air above the sea of flames. After that, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of white light, which landed in his hand to reveal a white jade vial that was around a foot in size. The elderly man then raised the vial up with both hands while chanting something, and a burst of scorching white flames instantly surged forth, transforming into 3 white fiery WIRMs that plunged straight through the light barrier and into the sea of fire. The 3 fiery WIRMs blasted bursts of white flames out of their mouths, and the sea of flames began to burn with even greater ferocity. At this moment, the 7 winged women and the elderly man all sat down with their legs crossed and closed their eyes while making a series of hand seals. Ferocious waves of fire were swept up within the sea of flames at their behest, and countless balls of flames exploded as the 3 fiery WIRMs threatened to tear through and incinerate everything. If a normal cultivator were to fall into this sea of flames, they would most likely be instantly reduced to ashes. However, Han Li's calm voice rang out from within the sea of fire only a short while later. "Is this all you've got? It's not that impressive." The elderly man and 7 devilish women were stunned to hear this, and they all opened their eyes before turning their attention toward the sea of flames. All of a sudden, a clear cry rang out from within the sea of fire, and a silver fire raven that was several tens of feet in size emerged before flying toward the light barrier up above. The fire raven had shimmering silver feathers that were burning with silver flames, and was extremely dazzling to behold. The elderly man's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger toward the sea of flames. The 3 fiery WIRMs instantly rose up into the heavens at his behest, then pounced directly toward the fire raven. The silver fire raven seemed to have sensed the threat that was approaching it from behind, and it quickly swiveled around before swooping toward the 3 fiery WIRMs in retaliation. Thus, a vicious battle ensued between the 2 sides, and scales and feathers came raining down from above. The silver fire raven displayed no fear despite the face that it was facing 3 opponents, and it firmly held the upper hand. Right at this moment, golden light flashed within the sea of fire, and 6 thick pillars of light erupted forth before striking the reddish-black light barrier. An earth-shattering boom rang out as balls of golden light exploded on the light barrier, and most of the runes on the surface of the light barrier were instantly eradicated. However, the expressions of the 7 winged women remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and they opened their mouths in unison to expel a mouthful of blood essence each. You've got decent reactions." Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a golden humanoid figure emerged, revealing itself to be a giant golden ape that was several tens of feet tall. As soon as the ape emerged, one of its arms swelled drastically in size, and it reached down toward the elderly man's head in a vicious manner. Meanwhile, a massive golden sword appeared in its other hand, and the sword was slashed downward like lightning. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the crimson insect projection behind him instantly opened its mouth at his behest, biting toward the oncoming golden hand. At the same time, the white jade vial transformed into a ball of white light that surged directly toward the golden sword. Han Li chuckled coldly upon seeing this, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted out of his massive hand amid a loud thunderclap, while the hand itself expanded to several times its original size. A thump and a clang rang out in unison, and the huge insect projection was instantly destroyed by the giant golden hand. However, the golden sword was repelled by the white jade veil, while the vial itself remained completely unscathed. The elderly man drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve upward, upon which the fiery barrier around him transformed into a fiery WIRM that pounced toward the descending hand. The 2 clashed, and the golden hand tore through the fiery WIRM's head, but the WIRM instantly split up into several fiery snakes that wound themselves tightly around the hand. Golden lightning flashed violently around the hand to destroy one of the fiery snakes, but the remaining snakes prevented the hand from descending any further. However, right at this moment, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the elderly man, and a green figure emerged alongside a golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. The green figure opened its mouth to release a green net of threads, while the golden figure raised its 6 hands, revealing 6 balls of golden light, which were thrust directly toward the elderly man's back. With the elderly man's powers, he was naturally able to detect what was happening behind himself, but most of his magic power was focused on the attack he had just unleashed upward, leaving him ill-equipped to defend himself. In this dire situation, a pair of white bone tridents flew out of his shoulders amid a flash of white light, flying directly toward the pair of humanoid figures. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around his body became around twice as dense as it had previously been. However, neither the green figure nor the golden figure took evasive measures in the face of the oncoming bone tridents. A pair of loud cracks rang out as white light erupted from their bodies, and one of them shuddered before taking 2 involuntarily steps backward, while the other merely swayed slightly, but remained standing on the spot. Most of the bone trident directed toward the green figure had embedded itself into its target's body, but was unable to advance any further. Meanwhile, the other trident had simply bounced off the body of the golden figure. Chapter 2173, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 12. The 6 balls of golden light struck the elderly man's protective spiritual chi like lightning, and all 6 balls of light exploded into golden shockwaves that swept over the elderly man's body. His protective spiritual light possessed defensive power equivalent to that of top-grade treasures, but it was still instantly destroyed. The elderly man gritted his teeth before biting off half of his own tongue, then expelled a ball of blood essence backward to form a crimson shield. The golden light struck the crimson shield with devastating force, and the shield only managed to stop it momentarily before part of the golden light forced its way through and rammed into the elderly man's body. The elderly man felt a burst of enormous force crash into his back, and he was forced to stumble forward a few steps and throw up several mouthfuls of reddish-black blood as his consciousness threatened to fade. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly stepped forward, and his giant ape body blurred before appearing right in front of the elderly man, following which he extended a golden hand forward like lightning. The elderly man was greatly alarmed by this, and he immediately tried to evade, but it was already too late. The fingers of the golden hand split apart before plunging through the elderly man's chest, emerging on the other side with a heart locked in its grasp. Silver flames then erupted along the entire arm, incinerating the elderly man's body and heart into ashes. Even his nascent soul didn't get a chance to escape. Thus, the elderly man was killed in the blink of an eye, and a hint of fear appeared on the faces of the 7 winged women upon seeing this. The 7 of them immediately flapped their wings in unison, flying away in 7 different directions with no intention of engaging in this battle any further. Do you really think your clone technique can fool me? Hanli chuckled coldly as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he quickly swept his gaze toward the 7 fleeing streaks of light. A pair of massive translucent wings then appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap, and he flapped them vigorously to conjure up countless balls of lightning. A loud thunderclap rang out, and all of the balls of lightning exploded while Hanli's enormous body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several thousand feet and appeared right above one of the winged women. The winged woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately attempted to use a secret technique to accelerate even further, but it was already too late. Hanli let loose a thunderous roar, and all of his golden fur stood up on end as he swelled to over 1,000 feet in size. His hands then balled up into a pair of massive fists, which were sent crashing down like a pair of golden shooting stars. An invisible burst of enormous force was released, encompassing an area with a radius of around half a kilometer, and the winged woman was immediately slowed down significantly. The woman's face paled as she let loose a sharp cry, upon which all of the other 6 winged women vanished in a flash. As for the winged woman being attacked by Hanli, her aura instantly swelled by several fold, and she raised both hands up into the air to send a pair of fist-sized black balls flying upward. She then flapped her wings upward as well, and countless feathers swept forth as streaks of black light. As soon as the pair of black balls struck the two giant golden fists, they exploded into a pair of black suns that quickly swept over an area of around an acre. The streaks of black light also flew into the black suns like speeding arrows, and the fearsome aura descending from above eased slightly, while the pressure weighing down upon the woman was also somewhat alleviated. The winged woman was elated by this development, and she immediately continued to flee the scene. The three devilish beings who had escaped in time immediately began to unleash attacks to save their companions, but in the instant that the light barrier enveloped the four devilish beings, it transformed into a gargantuan ball of light before flying away and vanishing into the distance in a flash. The three devilish beings outside faltered slightly upon seeing this before flaring up with rage and setting off in pursuit, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from up above once again, and two figures, one golden and one azure, appeared directly in the path of the three devilish beings. Thus, the three devils were forced to stop in their tracks as they appraised the pair of humanoid figures with wary expressions. The two people who had just arrived were naturally none other than Hanli and Daoist Xia, and the former said in a cold voice, "Seeing as you three managed to escape the restriction, I'll send you on your way myself. Rest assured, we'll take care of your companions as well after we put you three to rest, so you won't be lonely." As soon as his voice trailed off, Hanli laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a shimmering golden nascent soul emerged. Immediately thereafter, 5 golden balls of light flew out of his body before transforming into 5 projections, consisting of a giant ape, a colorful phoenix, a silver bird, a peacock, and a golden dragon. The nascent soul swept a hand through the air without any hesitation, and the 5 true spirit projections vanished into its body in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and Hanli and the nascent soul vanished in unison amid a flash of golden light, only to be replaced by a huge humanoid figure. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. Hanli had unleashed his holy nirvana physique from the get-go, while Daoist Xia also adopted his original giant crab form amid flashes of silver lightning. The 3 devilish beings' expressions immediately darkened significantly upon seeing this. Several hours later, the first formation core had already been completely inundated by devilish chi, and there were countless armored devilish warriors assembled beneath it. In the air above these devilish warriors, a group of high-grade devilish beings were hovering in mid-air with grim expressions. "We've lost contact with fellow Daoist G's group as well. It looks like there really is something fishy about the second formation core. Otherwise, there's no way that we would lose contact with both groups," a young man in a suit of intricate black armor said. The piece of ore was only around the size of an egg, and its pitted and bumpy surface was giving off a cold metallic sheen. This was one of the pieces of foreign devilish metal that Hanli had secured from the Elder Devil realm. Hanli swiped a finger toward the piece of ore, and an azure thread shot forth before slicing the piece of ore in half to reveal a precise crystalline bead, which was instantly caught between 2 of Hanli's fingers. Hanli inspected the crystalline bead for a while before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing around a dozen 5-colored flags that disappeared into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a 5-colored light barrier appeared over the entire secret chamber. Only after setting up all of this did Hanli abruptly rub the bead together between his hands. A dozen or so arcs of golden lightning sprang forth amid a loud thunderclap, and the bead was shattered between his palms, following which a great pillar of light erupted forth amid a burst of energy fluctuations. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he immediately thrust a palm through the air. A massive golden hand instantly appeared overhead, then came crashing down without any hesitation, releasing a burst of enormous force that compressed the pillar of light into a fist-sized gray ball of light. After that, Han Li began to chant something, and countless golden runes surged out of his mouth, forming a ball around the ball of light. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he drew the ball of light into his own grasp. Immediately thereafter, blue light flashed within his eyes, and a series of translucent threads shot out of his glabella, all of which vanished into the ball of light in a flash. The ball of light tremored slightly before emitting a faint buzzing sound, but it quickly returned to normal after the golden runes around it flashed a few times. Han Li then closed his eyes and began to meditate, and when he reopened his eyes half a day later, the translucent threads and the ball of light enveloped within the golden runes had already vanished. Han Li inspected his internal condition with his spiritual sense to find that his magic power had been slightly enhanced, and a smile appeared on his face, but his brows then furrowed slightly upon detecting the green thread that had also appeared in his body. He immediately switched to a different hand seal, and a dark gray layer of light appeared over his body alongside a peculiar aura. This was none other than the refinement method for baleful yin qi that he had received from Lan Ning of the vast origin house. As long as he could refine the accompanying baleful yin qi in a timely fashion after absorbing the energy within the crystalline beads, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Around an hour later, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce another piece of foreign devilish metal, which was also sliced apart by an azure thread to reveal another gray crystalline bead. He then repeated the process and began to absorb the energy within this bead as well. Thus, Han Li repeated the same process over and over again, absorbing energy before refining baleful yin qi, and he could clearly sense that his magic power was quickly being enhanced. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. After refining the residual baleful yin qi within his own body once again, Han Li heaved a long sigh before casting his gaze through his surroundings. Scattered all around him were halves of pieces of foreign devilish metal, arranged in several piles that were each around 10 feet tall. This amount of foreign devilish metal comprised around 90% of all of the foreign devilish metal he had brought back from the Elder Devil realm. The energy within the final crystalline bead that he had just absorbed was no longer able to improve his magic power at all, so it was clear that he had already reached the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. At this point, his magic power had been enhanced by as much as 30% compared to when he had first begun his seclusion, and this had been achieved in just 2 short years. If any other body integration cultivator were to hear of this, they would most likely find such a thing impossible to believe. After all, a cultivator of Han Li's caliber would have to cultivate arduously for at least several centuries or perhaps even 1,000 years to achieve the same thing. Even the miraculous pills of the true immortal realm couldn't have such an extraordinary effect in just 2 years. However, despite the fact that his cultivation base had reached a sufficient level, Han Li had no intention of commencing a breakthrough right away. After cultivating in the secret chamber for another year to completely consolidate his newly gained magic power, he flicked a wrist to send a ball of white light flying out of his storage bracelet. The ball of white light then transformed into a translucent jade box that was several feet in length with a shimmering silver restriction talisman plastered to its surface. Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of azure light that removed the talisman from the box, then flicked a finger toward it, upon which the lid of the box was opened to reveal a crimson fruit shaped like a grain of rice. The fruit was over a foot in length and around as thick as an infant's arm with a very sharp end. This was one of the pieces of blood-tooth rice that Han Li had obtained from the Elder Devil realm. Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the piece of blood-tooth rice into his grasp and gently stroked it as he murmured to himself, as expected of a piece of premium blood-tooth rice, "It's of a far better quality than normal blood-tooth rice." If I were to consume it before cultivating the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, I'm sure my rate of progress will be accelerated significantly. At this point, he had already reached initial mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, but he was still far from achieving complete mastery. With his current physical body, it would take at least over 100 years for him to reach that level. Of course, if a normal body integration stage human cultivator were in his place, they wouldn't be able to achieve this even if they were given all the time in the world. Instead, it would be very likely that their meridians would be shattered, and their body would implode. After benefiting from the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, Han Li's body and meridians had become far more powerful than before, and the extraordinary effects of the blood tooth rice would undoubtedly shorten the amount of time required for his cultivation significantly. As such, he was very confident in his mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. Once he mastered this powerful ability, it would definitely be of great help to him for his breakthrough attempt to the Grand Ascension stage. As Han Li considered all of his, he slowly injected a burst of pure yang energy into the blood tooth rice. In the next instant, the blood tooth rice was enveloped in a layer of gentle white light and was quickly cooked, giving off a rich fragrant aroma during the cooking process. Han Li immediately devoured the entire piece of blood tooth rice in a few bites, and countless bursts of heat instantly began to surge through his meridians. A serious look appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, and his provenance true devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light as he began to cultivate according to the mantra. One season passed by after another, and 40 years flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Silvermoon was cultivating in her secret chamber when she suddenly heard what appeared to be countless dragons' roars erupt from a nearby secret chamber. Immediately thereafter, the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder rang out, and the ground began to tremor slightly as if there were a violent storm taking place not far away. A hint of surprise flashed through Silvermoon's eyes, and she was just about to get up when her expression changed slightly, and she heaved a faint sigh before closing her eyes again. Meanwhile, a series of astonishing phenomena were taking place in another secret chamber. Han Li was still seated with his legs crossed within the secret chamber, and his entire body was radiating purplish golden light. At the same time, countless silver spirit patterns were rapidly surging over his skin, forming a series of formations of different sizes before quickly crumbling away, presenting a very peculiar sight to behold. The provenance true devil projection behind him also had identical silver spirit patterns running along the surface of its body, and what was even more incredible was that the sounds of howling winds and rumbling thunder were stemming directly from within Han Li's body. Fierce winds were sweeping through the nearby area, and they were intermingled with arcs of silver lightning. Han Li's eyes were currently glowing with dazzling blue light, and he was appraising himself with an ecstatic expression. All of a sudden, he rose to his feet before thrusting a palm forward in a casual manner. The silver spirit patterns on his arm instantly converged to form an extremely profound formation, and at the same time, azure light flashed from his palm before pouncing directly toward the door of the secret chamber as a ferocious azure whirm. A resounding boom rang out from the stone door, and piercing five-colored light immediately erupted. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he hurriedly withdrew the silver formation on his arm, upon which the azure whirm also vanished. After that, the restriction on the stone door flashed violently a few times before returning to normal, and an ecstatic look immediately appeared on Han Li's face. He had only unleashed a casual strike with his arm, which had been refined by the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, and it was already displaying such incredible power. It seemed that the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra was far more powerful than even what he had originally anticipated. This was naturally fantastic news to him. During the past 40 years of arduous cultivation, he had consumed all of his blood tooth rice and finally achieved complete mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. Currently, every single part of his body could be transformed into a powerful treasure with different profound abilities, allowing him to kill other beings of the same caliber without even using any treasures or weapons. At this moment, Hanli slowly closed his eyes, but at the same time, he began making a series of rapid hand seals. Within the giant cauldron, the 2 green crystals and other precious materials were embroiled in extraordinarily high temperatures, and the surfaces of some of the materials were even beginning to melt. Perhaps it was due to the slight shortage of materials, or perhaps this 5-elemental yin-yang extreme mountain was far more difficult to refine than the previous 2 extreme mountains to begin with, but it took Hanli around a month to finally successfully refine the extreme mountain. Inside the secret chamber, the giant silver cauldron had already shattered into countless fragments, and a dazzling mountain that was around a foot tall was hovering around 10 feet above the ground. Not only was the mountain completely translucent, it was giving off piercing 5-colored light that made it impossible for one to look directly at it for too long. A pleased look appeared on Hanli's face at the sight of the miniature mountain, as no one was more aware than he was of just how fearsome it was. However, this extended period of continuous refinement had been extremely taxing to him, so he had to rest and recuperate. With that in mind, Hanli waved a hand toward the mountain, and it shrank down to only around an inch tall before landing in his hand, following which it was stowed away. After that, Hanli closed his eyes in a weary manner and began to meditate. 2 days and 2 nights later, he reopened his eyes, and all of his exhaustion had been wiped away. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal, and golden light flashed behind him as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared once again. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and 72 small azure swords were released before revolving around his body. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce an azure jade slip, and countless white runes instantly surged out of the jade slip at his behest. The runes converged to form a passage of text, which hovered before him in a still manner. This was none other than the azure essence sword art that he had cultivated in the past. Even though Hanli had already completely memorized this sword art, he still stared intently at it with an unblinking gaze, and his eyes quickly became as clear as water. He had entered a completely tranquil state and was reassessing this cultivation art. During the process, some of his 72 azure swords converged together, while others separated, occasionally forming a series of miniature sword formations, and occasionally soaring independently through the air. All of the small azure swords seemed to have been imbued with life force of their own, which was quite an extraordinary concept. This process lasted a total of 5 years before a faint sigh finally rang out within the secret chamber. All of the small azure swords returned to Hanli's body, and a hint of life finally returned to his eyes. Immediately thereafter, he stowed the azure jade slip away before producing a golden jade badge, which released countless golden runes at his behest to form another passage of text. Judging from the profound appearance of the characters, this was none other than the original text of the Provenance True Devil Arts. Hanli stared intently at the passage of text, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind him suddenly opened its 6 eyes while making different hand seals with each of its 6 hands. Almost at the exact same moment, golden light flashed from Hanli's body, and a series of golden runes surged out of his skin, forming a series of golden scales that spread over his entire body, while a single horn appeared on the top of his head. Hanli studied this cultivation art for far longer than the azure essence sword art, and before he knew it, 11 years had flown by. On this day, a cry of elation suddenly rang out from within the secret chamber, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind Hanli disappeared alongside the horn on his head and the golden scales all over his body. Hanli then opened his eyes, and an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. During this reassessment of his cultivation arts, not only had he managed to make sense of some parts of the cultivation arts that he had failed to understand in the past, he had also developed several new abilities that branched off from those cultivation arts. He had decided to do this after taking into account the Grand Ascension Stage bottleneck breakthrough experience that had been bestowed upon him by Mo Jianli and Patriarch Ao Xiao. At present, he had completely mastered the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra and had 3 extreme mountains to help him transcend his heavenly tribulation. In conjunction with the new abilities he had mastered and the fact that the medicinal effect of the clean spirit lotus he had consumed had been mostly refined, he estimated that there was a 60% to 70% chance of making a successful breakthrough. Such an incredibly high probability would be enough to fill all body integration stage beings with intense envy. One had to realize that even after spending their life savings and making preparations for tens of thousands of years, the average late body integration stage being would still only have a less than 10% chance of making a breakthrough to the grand ascension stage. Some late body integration stage beings with lackluster aptitude wouldn't even be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little grand ascension stage beings in the spirit realm. The preparations that Han Li had made were far from what the average late body integration stage being could hope to match, so he had decided to attempt a breakthrough right away. Breaking through the grand ascension stage bottleneck was naturally going to be far more difficult than breaking through his previous bottlenecks, and the world's origin chi triggered during the breakthrough would be extremely destructive, so he naturally couldn't attempt the breakthrough within the secret chamber. Thus, a determined look appeared on his face as he stood up and exited the secret chamber. As the stone door was opened, Daoist Xie had already sensed what Han Li was doing, and he arrived before Han Li in a flash, then appraised him with silver light flashing within his eyes. At this point, Daoist Xie had already recovered his grand ascension stage powers, and his gaze was sharp as a blade, striking Han Li with a sense of discomfort. Daoist Xie seemed to have identified something during his inspection, and he asked, "Are you preparing to make a breakthrough to the grand ascension stage, fellow Daoist Han?" Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this question, and he replied, "Indeed. You're currently in peak condition in all areas, so your chances of making a successful breakthrough should at least exceed 50%. Such a high probability is very rare even in the true immortal realm," Daoist Xie said. "That's very reassuring to hear. My breakthrough is going to cause quite a commotion, so it'll most likely attract some bystanders. Please keep a lookout for me, Brother Xie," Han Li requested as he cupped his fist in a salute. "I can do that, but if I have to expend any energy to protect you, then that will be coming out of the elixir you've supplied to me," Daoist Xie said with an indifferent nod. "Of course, I'll be counting on you then, fellow Daoist," Han Li replied with a smile. Just as he was preparing to leave, the door of the other secret chamber also opened with a dull thump, and a beautiful woman emerged from inside. It was none other than Silvermoon. Her complexion was slightly pale, but she wore an elated expression as she cast her gaze toward Han Li. "Congratulations on making such large strides in your cultivation base, but isn't it too early to be attempting a grand ascension stage breakthrough? Why don't you consolidate for a few more years?" It was clear that Silvermoon currently wasn't being afflicted by the effects of the art of indifference. Han Li swept his spiritual sense towards Silvermoon, and replied with a smile, "Your cultivation base has also progressed during these past few decades. It looks like the cultivation art provided by Senior Ao Shao has been quite effective. I'm currently in a very special state, so if I can't successfully make a breakthrough now, then I'll most likely still fail even if I were given 1,000 more years to prepare. Your cultivation base and experience far exceeds my own, so I'm sure you have your reasons for making this decision. Let me keep a lookout for you alongside Brother Xie to prevent any pesky individuals from disrupting you," Silvermoon offered. "That would naturally be more than welcome. By the way, where is Guor?" "She doesn't seem to be in the cave abode right now," Han Li asked. Guor had recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation and needs to absorb the essence of the rising sun daily to make a breakthrough. Hence, she moved out of the cave abode a few years ago and is cultivating by herself on a nearby mountain, Silvermoon explained. "I see. The greater incarnation arts are indeed different from normal cultivation arts, so it would be best for us to not interfere with her cultivation," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, Han Li's trio flew out of the cave abode, then decided on a certain direction before flying toward it together. Around 15 minutes later, the three of them descended into a basin tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cave abode. Han Li inspected the spacious surroundings and the mountains far away in the distance before giving a satisfied nod. This is a suitable place. Please wait here while I set up a few formations and make some preparations. They won't be able to help me transcend my heavenly tribulation, but they'll disguise some of the phenomena that'll arise during my breakthrough, making it more difficult for outsiders to track us down. Silvermoon and Daoist Xia naturally had no objections to this, and they flew away to a pair of nearby mountains before landing upon them. Han Li paused momentarily before sweeping a sleeve upward, and three small mountains immediately appeared overhead amid a flash of light. The three mountains then descended toward the edges of the crystalline platform down below at his behest, then crashed heavily down onto the ground, where they instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet tall each, enclosing the platform within a giant barrier of mountains. After that, Han Li sat down onto the ground and began to meditate. Day transitioned to night, and night transitioned back into day. On the two mountains in the distance, Daoist Xia and Silvermoon were constantly appraising Han Li with different expressions. Daoist Xia's expression was very placid and tranquil, while Silvermoon constantly had a hint of concern in her eyes. 4 hours later, just as the first ray of sunlight appeared above a nearby mountain, Han Li opened his eyes before making a hand seal, and an enormous aura erupted from his body as his Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The Provenance True Devil projection then swelled to over 1,000 feet in size at his behest before opening its eyes and making a different hand seal with each of its 6 hands. A string of loud rumbling booms rang out as fierce winds swept through the air, bringing with them a blanket of dark clouds. Han Li completely disregarded all of this as he sat on the platform and merely cast another incantation seal. All of a sudden, the spirit patterns on the surface of the giant platform seemed to have sprung to life, forming hundreds of formations of different sizes that fluctuated erratically in brightness. The world's origin chi nearby surged violently, and countless specks of 5-colored light appeared in the air, stretching as far as the eyes could see and creating a breathtaking sight to behold. After doing all of this, Han Li closed his eyes in an expressionless manner and began to meditate once again. As the formations on the platform flashed, his aura was slowly climbing virtually with each passing moment. Even though this rate of enhancement was very slow and almost unnoticeable, it would still amount to a significant increase given sufficient time. Meanwhile, the projection behind Han Li also began to slowly expand, growing around 10 feet taller per 2 hours. At this rate, the projection would be able to grow over 100 feet taller in a day, and as it grew, its projection-like body also became more and more substantial. Time slowly passed by, and Han Li's aura continued to swell with no signs of stopping. Half a month later, Han Li's aura had swelled to a point that would be enough to strike fear into the hearts of all body integration cultivators, and his Provenance True Devil projection had grown to over 3,000 feet tall while adopting an extremely substantial form. The sky had become pitch black under the dense blanket of dark clouds, and the entire basin had been plunged into complete darkness, giving the area an air of eeriness. The only sources of light came from the specks of light formed by the world's origin chi that were hovering in mid-air, and they had also grown from precise specks of light to around the size of eggs. From a distance, it looked as if there were countless giant fireflies hovering still in mid-air, giving off a gentle light. At this moment, Han Li finally opened his eyes, and piercing blue light was flashing within his pupils. He immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden nascent soul that was several feet tall emerged amid a flash of golden light. The nascent soul wore a slightly tense expression, and it immediately pointed a finger upward as soon as it appeared. Silver light flashed within the dark clouds up above, and a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down amid a rumbling thunderclap. The golden nascent soul narrowed its eyes slightly, and instead of taking evasive measures, it opened its mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The huge bolt of lightning was allowed to crash down without any impediment, only to be completely devoured by the nascent soul. Immediately thereafter, the golden nascent soul rubbed its hands together, and countless arcs of lightning erupted from its body, forming a series of massive silver lightning runes that shot forth in all directions. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the lightning runes all vanished into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a burst of invisible power exploded throughout the nearby space, following which a stir ran through all of the surrounding balls of five-colored light. The balls of light then began to revolve through the air, while the golden nascent soul sat down in mid-air before making a hand seal. All of a sudden, an enormous aura erupted from Han Li's physical body, and a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure instantly descended upon the basin. A massive invisible vortex abruptly appeared in the air with the giant platform at its very center, and the surrounding balls of light were drawn into the vortex in a frenzy before being funneled downward as streaks of spiritual light. Right at this moment, a series of shimmering silver spirit patterns suddenly appeared on Han Li's physical body and the golden nascent soul, and as soon as the five-colored light came into contact with his skin, it instantly vanished into those silver spirit patterns. The balls of light in the air above the basin were constantly being swept into the giant vortex, then injected into Han Li's physical body and nascent soul in a relentless stream. As time passed, the nascent soul gradually brightened, while the skin of Han Li's physical body became smoother and more translucent. Shortly thereafter, the golden nascent soul was concealed within a layer of golden light, while Han Li's entire body had taken on a jade-like appearance. At this point, all of the balls of light above the basin had finally been cleared away, leaving behind a vast expanse of empty space. The golden nascent soul's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and one of the heads of the massive golden projection behind it suddenly let loose a low cry. Immediately thereafter, it withdrew the hand seals it was making, and a huge ball of golden light appeared over each of its palms before being tossed upward in unison. The 6 balls of light instantly shot upward before combining as one to form an even more massive ball of golden light. The nascent soul waved a chubby hand toward the giant ball of light, and it flashed a few times before exploding with a rumbling boom. Countless golden runes surged forth in a frenzy, forming another huge golden vortex that instantly fused as one with the original vortex. The Provenance True Devil projection then began to chant something as golden light flashed within its hands, and 6 pillars of golden light that were as thick as water tanks erupted forth before vanishing into the bottom of the vortex. The golden vortex instantly swelled drastically in size amid a loud buzzing sound, and within the span of just a few breaths, it had become so massive that it was taking up virtually a third of the entire basin. A hint of elation appeared on the golden nascent soul's face upon seeing this, and it made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the vortex. The buzzing within the vortex immediately subsided, only to be replaced by delightful heavenly music. At the same time, bursts of enormous suction force that threatened to tear the entire heavens apart swept forth in all directions from it. A short while later, an even more astonishing boom rang out in the distance, and it was as if a tsunami wave were approaching. Spiritual light flashed, and a hint of dazzling radiance appeared in the distant sky, following which a boundless expanse of dazzling light came surging forth. The golden nascent soul's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and blue light flashed through its eyes, allowing it to instantly identify the spirit tide as an incredible phenomenon formed by countless 5-colored balls of light. A hint of elation appeared on the nascent soul's face upon seeing this, and it took a deep breath as the giant golden projection behind it raised its 6 hands again, unleashing around a dozen more pillars of golden light that shot directly into the golden vortex. As a result, the vortex swelled even further in size and released several more bursts of enormous suction force. In the face of such tremendous suction force, the incoming waves of suction light were all drawn into the golden vortex, and the silver spirit patterns on the nascent soul and Han Li's physical body began to absorb the five-colored light once again. Their bodies were like insatiable voids, seemingly with an infinite appetite for world's origin chi. Meanwhile, the giant vortex had forcibly gathered all of the world's origin chi within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, creating a spirit tide that also appeared as if it would never subside. However, even though Han Li's nascent soul and physical body were far more powerful than those of the average late-body integration stage being, such a massive influx of energy still quickly brought him to a point of saturation. If he were to continue absorbing energy, not only would his nascent soul and physical body fail to become any more powerful, it was very likely that he would perish from self-detonation. Thus, the silver spirit patterns on his physical body and nascent soul quickly faded, and at the same time, the Provenance True Devil projection opened its three mouths in unison, easily devouring all of the world's origin chi in the surrounding air, upon which it expanded even further. Even though Han Li's nascent soul and physical body were no longer able to absorb the world's origin chi, the Provenance True Devil projection was taking over from them in a seamless fashion. If she weren't aware of the fact that Silvermoon was being affected by her cultivation art, she would have been very confused by this turn of events. On the other mountain peak, Daoist Xia was peering into the light barriers in the distance with silver light flashing within his eyes, and a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face. All of a sudden, the entire basin tremored, and all of the light barriers shuddered violently as a string of earth-shattering booms rang out. Golden light flashed, and around a dozen thick pillars of light erupted out of the light barriers, scattering all of the dark clouds up above. A fearsome aura then swept forth in all directions, and even Daoist Xia's pupils contracted slightly upon sensing it. He's done it. His aura has already reached the Grand Ascension stage. Whether he'll succeed or not will depend on whether he can transcend the upcoming heavenly tribulation, Daoist Xia murmured to himself, seemingly very familiar with Han Li's current situation. As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the light barriers shattered, revealing a golden projection that was over 10,000 feet tall. At the foot of the projection was a ball of purplish golden light, within which Han Li stood with his arms crossed. Currently, Han Li was still in his devilified form, but his entire body was blood-stained and riddled with countless thin gashes that were rapidly healing at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. What was even more peculiar was that Han Li had grown significantly taller, and his limbs had also become noticeably more muscular, transforming him into a towering muscle-bound man. At this point, the massive crystalline platform had already been destroyed, leaving only the severely ravaged ground down below, which looked as if it had been impacted by some type of tremendous force. Han Li's eyes were tightly shut as he stood within the ball of light, and silver spirit patterns were roaming all over his body. He remained completely still, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were veins bulging on his forehead, and all of his muscles were squirming incessantly, as if his body were struggling to contain some type of fearsome power. On top of that, the terrifying spiritual pressure he was radiating had made all of the space within a radius of several kilometers congeal, and if any living being were to enter the area, they would instantly be crushed to a pulp. In the air above, the scattered dark clouds began to converge once again, and balls of five-colored light flashed within the blanket of clouds while rapidly expanding at an alarming rate. After the span of just a few breaths, the five-colored balls of light had swelled to around an acre in size each, concealing almost all of the dark clouds behind them. The five-elemental tribulation is coming. A hint of emotion seeped through Silvermoon's indifferent facade as she spoke. Zhu Guo'er still had no idea what was going on, but she could tell from Silvermoon's reaction that this was no ordinary phenomenon, and she was also staring intently into the distance. At this moment, Han Li's aura had become so fearsome that even the air around him was beginning to warp and blur slightly. All of a sudden, Han Li raised his head and opened his eyes before looking expressionlessly up at the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the 5 colored balls of light up above turned a golden color, following which countless streaks of golden light came raining down like a torrential barrage of sharp blades. Golden astral chi. Han Li exclaimed at the sight of these streaks of golden light, but there was no fear in his expression as he abruptly swept a sleeve around himself. Around a dozen incantation seals were instantly released before vanishing into the nearby space, and in the next instant, the formations he had set up were all activated as one light barrier after another emerged to shield him within the basin. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the storm of golden light fell upon the outermost light barrier before instantly exploding, causing the surface of the outermost light barrier to ripple and flash incessantly. After no more than 15 minutes, the outermost light barrier was completely destroyed by the storm of golden light. As a result, the formation that had released the light barrier was also rendered defunct. The golden light instantly fell upon the second light barrier, and the process was repeated. Thus, what seemed like a never-ending storm of golden light continued to fall, and each streak of light was no less powerful than the average flying sword. In the face of such a ferocious assault, 5 light barriers were quickly destroyed. However, right at this moment, Han Li made a hand seal, and the massive projection behind him clenched its fists before lashing out upward. Fierce winds were immediately swept up as pavilion-sized fist projections appeared outside the light barriers, then hurtled directly toward the giant balls of light up above. Even before the fist projections came into contact with the streaks of golden light in their paths, the latter were instantly shattered, and the fist projections quickly struck the golden balls of light. A string of metallic clangs rang out as one fist projection was repelled after another, while the golden balls of light abruptly exploded into countless specks of golden light. As a result, the storm of golden light instantly ceased. However, in the next instant, the specks of golden light turned an azure color, then converged to form balls of azure light that were no smaller than the golden balls of light. At the same time, a powerful natural aura began to radiate from the azure balls of light. In the next instant, wisps of azure chi emerged from the azure balls of light before transforming into a series of massive logs. These logs were each over 60 feet in length, and not only were they extraordinarily heavy, they were as hard as iron and steel. As soon as the logs appeared, they came crashing down from above. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he merely made a hand seal, upon which countless streaks of azure sword chi appeared overhead. The streaks of sword chi then transformed into sword threads that formed a massive net, and all of the giant logs that came into contact with the net were instantly shredded. There was seemingly no end to the storm of giant logs, but they were all destroyed by the azure sword net, and as time passed, the sword net began to rise up against the barrage of logs. However, the azure balls of light up above were steadily expanding in size, and the logs they were releasing were also becoming larger and larger, swelling to over 100 feet in length each. However, the sword net was formed by Han Li's bonded azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, and at his current level of power, each and every sword was comparable to a spirit treasure. As such, even though the logs were falling with greater and greater ferocity, they were still unable to withstand the sword threads. A string of resounding booms rang out as the sword net rose up into the heavens before reverting back into 72 streaks of azure light, which plunged into the giant balls of azure light before tearing through them in a frenzy. All of the azure balls of light were instantly scattered into specks of azure light, while Han Li looked on from down below with an unblinking gaze. Moments later, the specks of azure light below the dark clouds turned a bright blue color before converging to form massive balls of blue light. These balls of light were around twice as large as the previous ones, and the pleasant sound of flowing water rang out as waterfalls came crashing down violently from above like a barrage of countless white dragons. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection behind him opened its mouths before expelling a burst of scorching silver flames upward. The flames formed a sea of fire in the blink of an eye, and as water and fire clashed, a vast sea of white vapor began to permeate through the air. There was zero visibility within the dense sea of water vapor, and one could only hear the sound of sizzling ring out incessantly from within the mist. The silver flames being released by the giant Provenance True Devil projection increased several-fold in intensity at Han Li's behest, and the flames transformed into several fiery WIRMs that plunged into the sea of mist. In the next instant, rumbling thunderclaps rang out, and a series of pavilion-sized silver flowers appeared within the sea of mist in rapid succession, then exploded one after another to tear the sea of mist apart. After the span of just a few breaths, most of the mist had evaporated, and the fiery WIRMs were revealed, rising up directly toward the giant balls of blue light up above. The fearsome might of the silver flames would most likely instantly destroy the balls of blue light upon contact, but right at this moment, countless arcs of silver lightning suddenly appeared over the surfaces of the balls of light, following which they swelled drastically in size. All of a sudden, each of the balls of blue light shrank slightly before releasing a head-sized ball of water. The balls of water seemed to be very clear, but also extremely viscous, and the ripples on their surfaces formed a series of blue spirit patterns that gave off a gentle blue light. These balls of water descended from above amid a string of rumbling, while the balls of blue light exploded and vanished into nothingness. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and in the next instant, the balls of blue water were completely inundated by the silver flames down below. Blue light flashed within the sea of fire, and the balls of water passed through the flames without being affected in the slightest. Thousandfold river water. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes as the silver flames being released by the Provenance True Devil projection instantly subsided at his behest. Immediately thereafter, the projection clenched its 6 hands into fists before unleashing a flurry of fist projection upward once again. Brilliant golden light instantly erupted from the surfaces of the balls of water as each and every one of them was struck by dozens of punches in unison. However, the balls of water were able to withstand the assault and continue to descend through the golden light. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection instantly took on a substantial form before unleashing a string of frenzied attacks toward the descending balls of water. An earth-shattering boom rang out as countless golden suns appeared in the air, alongside powerful shock waves that swept forth in all directions. After the shock waves subsided, the balls of water were nowhere to be seen. The Provenance golden body was still standing resolutely on the spot, but its feet had sunken over 100 feet into the ground, and large sections of its 6 arms had vanished, having been destroyed by the balls of water. The fact that even the fearsome Provenance True Devil projection had been reduced to such a sorry state was a testament to just how powerful the thousandfold river water was. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection's arms instantly regenerated amid a flash of golden light. However, right at this moment, a giant crimson ball of light that resembled a scintillating sun appeared up above. Even though there was only one ball of light on this occasion, it was so massive that it encompassed almost the entire basin. Following a burst of erratic squawking, countless scorching white fire ravens surged out of the giant ball of light, then came raining down as a storm of fireballs. Even before the fireballs had landed on the ground, a burst of incredibly scorching heat had already descended over the basin. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Provenance True Devil projection opened its mouth again to unleash the scorching sea of silver flames a second time. However, on this occasion, as soon as the silver flames left the projection's mouth, they were transformed into glacial flames. In the next instant, the 2 bursts of flames clashed, and 2 completely opposite types of energy exploded in unison. Thus, a clash between ice and fire ensued, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. All of a sudden, Han Li let loose a long cry before pointing a finger upward, and countless streaks of sword chi appeared once again before combining to form a massive azure blade that was over 100 feet in length. Immediately thereafter he began to chant something while making a rapid string of hand seals. Translucent light surged over the surface of the giant azure blade, and it instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size, elongating to over 3,000 feet in length. A fierce look appeared on all three of the Provenance True Devil projections' faces, and it grabbed onto the giant blade with two of its hands before slashing it viciously upward. A streak of azure light flashed through the air, and the massive blade passed through the clashing flames before crashing into the giant ball of light. The crimson ball of light was instantly sliced in half, and magma-like liquid came gushing forth, exploding into a burst of scorching flames. The sea of fire down below vanished amid a resounding boom, but right after the Provenance True Devil projection withdrew its gargantuan blade, the scorching flames in the air transformed into a yellow dust storm that swept forth in all directions. All of a sudden, the entire sky darkened, and a bone-chilling aura of warfare began to seep out of the dust storm. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection immediately swept its giant blade upward again. Another streak of piercing azure light sliced through the heavens, parting the entire dust storm, but in the next instant, the two halves of the dust storm combined as one again as if nothing had ever happened. The massive blade formed by all 72 azure bamboo clouds' warm sword and the fearsome might of the Provenance golden body hadn't inflicted any damage upon the dust storm. All of a sudden, the sound of war drums rang out, immediately following which groups of grey warriors that resembled earthen statues emerged. These warriors were either riding atop beastly steeds or armed with sharp-bladed weapons, and there was no end in sight to their enormous numbers. Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this, and before he had a chance to think of an effective countermeasure, the dust storm abruptly swept downward alongside the countless warriors. Han Li's expression immediately darkened as the Provenance True Devil projection lashed out with its massive blade once again, destroying countless approaching warriors, only for them to instantaneously regenerate before continuing to descend. Chapter 2183 True Lightning Tribulation. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately made a different hand seal. All of a sudden, the Provenance True Devil projection hurled its giant sword away, then instantly adopted its golden body form as countless golden runes began to revolve around it. The golden body then opened its three mouths in unison, releasing a burst of white shockwaves that swept straight into the dust storm. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the white shockwaves exploded, impacting the entire dust storm. In the wake of the explosion, all of the grey warriors within the dust storm were instantly reduced to dust. However, in the next instant, hundreds of thousands of warriors took shape once again before lashing out with their weapons, sending countless streaks of yellow light raining down from above. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the Provenance golden body. The white shockwaves being released by the golden body immediately ceased, and it took a large stride forward before waving its 6 arms through the air. A string of resounding booms rang out as 6 thick pillars of light erupted forth, instantly combining as one to form a golden tornado beneath the dust storm. The tornado was several thousand feet tall with countless golden runes surging out of it in a frenzy alongside a burst of incredible suction force. The descending streaks of yellow light were all drawn by this suction force into the tornado, where they vanished amid a string of dull thumps. As for the countless guards within the boundless dust storm, they were also forcibly drawn toward the tornado like moths to a flame. After the span of just a few breaths, the entire dust storm was cleared, leaving only the dark clouds and golden tornado behind. The tornado was still revolving rapidly with rumbling ringing out incessantly within it, and Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this as an elated look appeared on his face. He swept a sleeve toward the tornado, releasing a series of incantation seals of different colors, all of which disappeared into the tornado in rapid succession. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out, and the rumbling within the tornado abruptly ceased while it began to quickly shrink. Moments later, the tornado completely vanished, and a head-sized crystal ball of an earthy yellow color plummeted out of the sky. Hanli made a grabbing motion to draw the crystal ball into his grasp, and as soon as the object landed in his hand, his arm was involuntarily brought down slightly. Hanli immediately made an adjustment to steady himself, but a look of surprise still appeared in his eyes. The crystal ball wasn't special in appearance in any way, but it weighed hundreds of tons, and even with Hanli's extraordinary strength, it had almost slipped out of his grasp. He didn't know what type of material had been created from his forced compression of the dust storm, but it would definitely be an exceptional tool refinement material. Just as Hanli was considering this, the world's origin chi in the air surged, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out in the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a dark cloud above the basin began to tumble violently, then parted to create a massive hole. The hole was dozens of acres in size, and bolts of silver lightning were flashing incessantly within them alongside balls of dazzling lightning. It was as if a world of lightning were crossing over into this realm. This is the true lighting tribulation. Hanli murmured to himself with a solemn expression before stowing away the object in his hand, then releasing a series of azure incantation seals throughout the surrounding area, all of which disappeared into the remaining formations in a flash. A loud buzzing sound rang out as the remaining formations were activated to the maximal extent, producing extremely thick and dense light barriers. At the same time, the three extreme mountains that had remained still on the spot up to this point also finally rose up into the air. They arranged themselves into a triangular formation above the light barriers, shielding Hanli from above. After that, Hanli made a hand seal, and his 72 azure swords appeared beneath the extreme mountains, then transformed into a massive azure lotus flower that hovered directly above his head. The true lightning tribulation that followed the five elemental tribulation was the reason for the majority of failures in Grand Ascension stage breakthrough attempts. Only after transcending this tribulation would one have the right to undergo the subsequent inner tribulations. Even though it was even more difficult to transcend the inner tribulations than the true lightning tribulation, failure to transcend the true lightning tribulation would spell certain death, whereas one had a certain chance of survival even if they were to fail their inner tribulations. Hanli quickly activated all of his restrictions and treasures while thinking back to the true lightning tribulation transcendence experiences bestowed upon him by Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli. Meanwhile, Silvermoon, Zhu Guo'er, and Daoist Xia continued to appraise him from afar. Silvermoon's eyes were still completely indifferent, but a hint of concern had appeared on her face, while Zhu Guo'er was completely flabbergasted after witnessing Hanli's transcendence of the five elemental tribulation. As for Daoist Xia, he had his hands clasped behind his back, and was appraising the unfolding situation in a calm manner. All of a sudden, he turned and cast his gaze toward a mountain far in the distance. A short while later, Silvermoon seemed to have also detected something, and she turned her attention toward that direction as well. "I didn't think there would be other cultivators in such a secluded place. Looks like I'll have to chase them away," Silvermoon murmured to herself before abruptly vanishing on the spot. Zhu Guo'er faltered slightly upon seeing this, and after a brief hesitation, she decided to remain on the spot rather than follow Silvermoon. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a cluster of streaks of light was being pursued by another cluster, and both were heading directly toward the basin that Hanli was situated in. There were around a dozen fleeing streaks of light, and judging from their auras, they appeared to all be human cultivators, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage, while the female cultivator leading from the front was at the late deity transformation stage. The woman was quite beautiful and appeared to be in her 20s. She wore a blue palatial dress, and was occasionally looking back with an anxious expression. The group was being pursued by another group of beings enshrouded in devilish chi and devilish winds, and they were all comprised of elite devilish beings. These devilish beings were all at the deity transformation stage or above, and they were being led by a burly snake-headed devilish man who was at the spatial tempering stage. Due to the disparity between the cultivation bases of the two groups, the devilish pursuers were rapidly catching up to the group of human cultivators. Soon, the pursuers were only several kilometers away from the human cultivators, and the woman in the palatial dress gritted her teeth as she slowed down slightly, then flipped a hand over to produce a translucent white cauldron. She quickly laid a hand onto the cauldron, and its lid immediately flew off, upon which countless translucent threads erupted forth from within, then scattered before hurtling directly toward the devilish beings. These translucent white threads were extremely thin and flew through the air like lightning. The pursuing devilish beings were caught off guard and immediately thrown into disarray, unleashing all types of devilish abilities to defend themselves. Even so, there were still two nascent soul-stage devilish beings who were struck by the white threads and plummeted out of the sky as a pair of ice statues. The leader of the devilish beings was furious to see this, and he suddenly opened his mouth to expel bursts of dark green mist. As soon as the white threads came into contact with the green mist, they were eroded to a green color and debilitated significantly. The snake-headed devilish being then raised his hands to release around a dozen black flying tridents, which flew toward the oncoming white threads as streaks of black light. The white threads were no match for the tridents, and were immediately knocked back on contact. A grim look appeared on the face of the woman in the palatial dress upon seeing this, and she quickly stowed away her white cauldron before attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Two of the late deity transformation stage devilish beings behind her suddenly transformed into long streaks of light, circling around to cut off the human cultivators from the front in just a few flashes. The woman's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and she had no choice but to adopt a defensive formation with her subordinates. In the face of this dire situation, the horror and despair in the eyes of the other human cultivators were plain to see. After all, there was simply far too much of a disparity in power. Even if they were to fight with all their might, there was still next to no chance of survival. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the devilish beings behind them swooped forward and released an impenetrable barrier of devilish chi around the human cultivators. A hint of killing intent then flashed through the snake-headed devilish being's eyes, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to kill their targets before pouncing forward with his dozen or so flying tridents, followed closely by the other devilish beings. A hint of despair also flashed over the woman's face, but she then immediately gritted her teeth as she prepared to use a restricted technique, preparing to sacrifice herself to take down as many devilish beings as possible. However, she had only just made a hand seal when spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up above, following which a gorgeous figure appeared amid a flash of silver light. This came as quite a surprise to both the human cultivators and devilish beings, but before they had a chance to react, the silver figure turned toward the devilish beings, and harumphed coldly, "To think that devilish beings would dare to set foot here. You must have a death wish." As soon as her voice trailed off, brilliant silver light erupted from her body, and countless translucent threads shot forth in all directions. The surrounding devilish beings were greatly alarmed by this, and they immediately adopted defensive measures, but the translucent threads disregarded all of their defenses, then passed through their bodies, cutting them down like helpless weeds. Even the snake-headed spatial tempering stage devilish being had been slain, and as his body plummeted toward the ground, there was still a look of incredulity and shock etched on his face. He was leading a group of powerful devilish beings in pursuit of some human cultivators who were far weaker than them, and he had thought that this would be a simple task, so to lose his life here was naturally a twist of fate that he would have never expected. In contrast, all of the human cultivators were ecstatic. They were immediately led down from above by the woman in the palatial dress, who said in an extremely respectful manner, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If you hadn't stepped in, my brethren of the Sioux family and I would have all been killed by those devilish beings." The silver figure seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this, and she asked, "The Sioux family? Is this the Sioux family that Fairy Ice Soul hails from?" The woman in the palatial dress also faltered momentarily before replying in a careful manner, "Do you know our matriarch, Senior?" We are all descendants of matriarch Ice Soul. I don't know Fairy Ice Soul myself, but I have a good friend who shares ties with your matriarch. How were you pursued by devilish beings all the way to this place? The silver light around the silver figure faded, revealing the stunningly gorgeous silver moon. During her time spent with Hanli, she had naturally been made aware of the existence of Fairy Ice Soul and the Su family, which was why she had suddenly adopted such a benevolent demeanor. If she were facing another group of unfamiliar human cultivators instead, she would be far more aloof and distant. The woman in the palatial dress was quite relieved to hear this, and she asked, "A good friend of our matriarch's. May I ask the name of the senior you're referring to? Perhaps I've heard of them as well." Instead of answering her question, a peculiar look appeared on Silvermoon's face as she replied with a question of her own. "What is your name?" "I am Su Qianyu. If you have any instructions for me, feel free to issue them," Su Qianyu hurriedly replied. This woman was none other than the fairy Su that Hanli had acquainted himself with in Deep Heaven City, and since their last meeting, she had progressed to the late deity transformation stage. "Su Qianyu. Judging from your appearance, you must be the woman from the Su family that he once mentioned to me. In that case, I'll be employing your services here. This area is currently restricted from being accessed by all outsiders. Patrol the area and make sure that no other people encroach upon this region," Silvermoon instructed with a smile. Su Qianyu was rather befuddled by this situation, but still immediately replied, "It's an honor for us to be able to offer our services to you, Senior. However, our cultivation bases are quite lackluster. If any powerful beings were to arrive here, we may not be able to stop them. That's all right, I'll give you a few talismans. Use them if you encounter any enemies that are too powerful for you, and I'll arrive on the scene in an instant," Silvermoon replied. "I see. In that case, we'll be sure to do our best," Su Qianyu agreed with a nod. A pleased look appeared on Silvermoon's face, yet just as she was about to say something else, silver light suddenly flashed in the distance, immediately followed by a burst of dull rumbling that made the ground down below tremor slightly. "All right, here are the talismans, I have to go now." Silvermoon's expression changed slightly as she swept a sleeve through the air to release several silver talismans, while she departed from the scene as a streak of silver light, quickly vanishing into the distance. Su Qianyu caught the talismans before casting a suspicious gaze toward the direction that Silvermoon had just disappeared in. However, she then immediately turned around and ordered in an implacable voice, "You've all heard what that senior just said. Split up into groups of 5 and head off in different directions to patrol the area." "Yes." The majority of the group immediately gave affirmative responses, but there were a few who were exchanging hesitant glances with one another. In the end, an elderly man approached the woman in the palatial dress, and said, "Qianyu, don't you think that senior's actions were rather suspicious just now? And what was that commotion in the distance? What if we get swept up into some trouble if we were to follow her instructions?" Su Qianyu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, and she countered, "I don't care what's going on in this area, that has nothing to do with us, and I'd advise you not to try and pry into these matters. Otherwise, that senior will be sure to take all of our lives. On top of that, even if we were to set aside the fact that senior has just saved our lives, our powers are far too inferior for us to go against her instructions. I've been assigned as the leader of this group, so I'll be calling the shots here. There's no need for you to speak any further." An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and in the end, he could only reply, "Of course, forgive me for failing to consider our current situation properly." The other few Su family cultivators who had also been rather hesitant before naturally didn't dare to oppose Su Qianyu's instructions upon seeing this. Thus, they split up into groups of 3 and departed in different directions. Even though they were patrolling quite a large area, their flying treasures ensured that they could complete each lap in a relatively short time. Su Qianyu was flying along in an unhurried manner with 4 other members of the Su family when a streak of piercing light suddenly appeared in the distance before vanishing in a flash. Immediately thereafter, another burst of loud rumbling rang out from the same direction. Su Qianyu couldn't help but cast her gaze toward that direction with a peculiar look in her eyes, but she didn't dare to look for too long and immediately urged the other cultivators to continue onward. Meanwhile, the massive hole in the air above the basin had already swelled to hundreds of acres in size, and rumbling thunderclaps rang out as bolts of lightning that were as thick as water tanks came crashing down from above alongside pavilion-sized balls of lightning. Lightning wreaked havoc over the entire sky, and even a grand ascension stage being would be greatly alarmed by such an intimidating scene. However, despite the fearsome barrage of lightning crashing down from above, there were 3 mountains arranged in a triangular formation above the basin, keeping most of the lightning at bay. The 3 mountains were each over 10,000 feet in size, and one of them was releasing a series of gray halos that nullified all lightning upon contact. Meanwhile, another mountain was releasing countless streaks of invisible sword chi that eradicated one ball of lightning after another, while the final mountain was radiating dazzling 5-colored light that caused all of the lightning to explode upon contact. Beneath the 3 extreme mountains stood the gargantuan provenance golden body, which was unleashing a torrential barrage of balls of golden light to destroy some of the lightning that managed to make its way past the trio of mountains. Even further down below was a massive azure sword lotus that was around an acre in size, and all of the lightning that were able to bypass all of the previous lines of defense were instantly destroyed by the sword chi within the lotus flower. With all of these defensive measures that Han Li had meticulously set up, he had managed to remain unscathed thus far even in the face of the true lightning tribulation that had taken the lives of countless tribulation-transcending cultivators in the past. However, Han Li was well aware that the 3 extreme mountains were the primary reason for this. Even though he hadn't completed all 5 of the integrated 5 extreme mountains yet, the 3 extreme mountains were still extremely effective in resisting tribulation lightning. With these 3 mountains alone, Han Li was able to easily nullify most of the lightning tribulation, and the remaining tribulation lightning was being kept at bay by the provenance golden body and azure sword lotus. Even so, this was still proving to be quite a struggle for Han Li. Not only had his face turned very pale, there was a frail look on his face that suggested that he had already exhausted most of his magic power. At this point, Han Li finally understood why Grand Ascension stage beings were so rare in the spirit realm. His magic power and physical body were far more powerful than that of the average late body integration stage being, and he had made such extensive preparations, yet even he was struggling to transcend this true lightning tribulation. What chance would other body integration stage beings stand? Just as Han Li was considering this notion, the true lightning tribulation reached its final moments. The edge of the massive hole flashed violently before suddenly beginning to shrink, while the sea of lightning within it was rapidly compressing into a ball. After no more than 15 minutes had passed, a doomsday-like aura of destruction surged through the air, and a black and white ball of lightning took shape in the sky. Chapter 2185, Black and White Lightning Ball. Han Li looked up at the house-sized ball of black and white lightning up above, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. He knew that this was the final moment of the true lightning tribulation, and his ability to successfully transcend it would depend on whether he would be able to withstand this final ball of lightning. Thus, he immediately took a deep breath, then opened his mouth to expel 3 mouthfuls of blood essence before making a hand seal. The blood essence instantly transformed into dozens of crimson runes, which surged up into the air before vanishing into the 3 extreme mountains in a flash. The 3 mountains then began to converge toward the center before combining as one to form a massive 3-colored mountain, and it shrank down to only several hundred feet tall while an enormous aura began to emanate from it. This technique of combining the 3 mountains as one appeared to be rather similar to the final form of the integrated 5 extremes mountain, but the two were actually completely different. The integrated Five Extremes mountain was created by truly fusing all five mountains as one through refinement, and it could be easily integrated or separated at will. As such, its powers far exceeded that of this forced amalgamation of the three extreme mountains. Not only was expenditure of blood essence required to combine the three extreme mountains, they would only be able to maintain this form for a very short time and withstand only a single attack. This was a technique that Hanli had devised specifically to help himself withstand the Grand Ascension stage tribulation, and after the three mountains combined as one, the black and white ball of lightning came crashing down from above, hurtling directly toward where Hanli was situated. This black and white ball of lightning was far different from the previous lightning attacks as it was imbued with the power of laws of heaven and earth. It had already locked onto Hanli's nascent soul, and it would follow him to all corners of the realm unless it were to be nullified. Of course, what was most fearsome about this ball of lightning was the power that it contained. If a normal body integration stage being were to even be glanced by this ball of lightning, they would immediately be reduced to ashes. Hanli immediately began to chant something upon seeing this, and the Provenance golden body thrust its 6 palms up into the air in unison. 6 balls of golden light erupted forth, then fused as one in front of the combined extreme mountains to form a massive golden vortex. The vortex was several acres in size with countless runes surging out of it alongside a burst of enormous power that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. The black and white ball of lightning was immediately drawn to the center of the vortex by the suction force, upon which golden light and black and white lightning intertwined in a fierce clash. The golden vortex shuddered amid a resounding boom, then immediately shattered into specks of golden light, following which the ball of lightning re-emerged and appeared to be completely unscathed. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and the azure sword lotus revolving above his head suddenly vanished. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the ball of lightning, and the azure lotus reappeared before transforming into countless streaks of azure sword chi that struck the ball of lightning in a continuous barrage. Even the fearsome ball of lightning was forced to falter slightly in the face of the relentless stream of sword chi, and it was temporarily forced to a halt. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately injected his magic power into the azure lotus flower with all his might. The number of streaks of sword chi flying out of the azure lotus flower instantly doubled, and azure light covered virtually every single inch of the ball of lightning, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. All of a sudden, a dull thump rang out, and the arcs of lightning revolving around the ball of lightning thickened significantly, repelling all of the oncoming streaks of sword chi. At the same time, the ball of lightning itself began to descend once again. A solemn look appeared on Hanli's face as he harumphed coldly while pointing a finger up at the azure lotus flower, and the flower instantly swelled drastically in size, while the sword chi it released also became noticeably thicker. However, the massive ball of lightning still vanished into the azure lotus flower in a flash, and the lotus flower began to revolve in a frenzy, unleashing a relentless stream of sword chi in an attempt to tear the ball of lightning into shreds. However, in the next instant, a piercing screech suddenly rang out within the azure lotus flower, and its petals began to bulge and warp while rapidly expanding. Hanli was quite alarmed to see this, yet before he had a chance to do anything, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out from above. The azure sword lotus instantly exploded amid countless arcs of black and white lightning, reverting back into 72 flying swords that had dimmed significantly and scattered in all directions. Due to Hanli's spiritual connection with the swords, his face paled slightly as he threw up several mouthfuls of blood, and his aura was also somewhat debilitated, but he had no time to pay any heed to this as he hurriedly swept a sleeve upward. The 72 flying swords immediately flew back into his sleeve, while the black and white ball of lightning began to descend once again. The combined extreme mountains began to slowly rotate on the spot on its own while releasing countless runes of different colors. At the same time, a layer of translucent light flashed over the surface of the mountain, and it took on a near-transparent quality as it rose up to meet the descending ball of lightning. A dull thump rang out as the ball of lightning struck the peak of the mountain, and countless arcs of black and white lightning sprang forth to bombard the mountain with devastating force. The combined extreme mountains tremored violently as it resisted the black and white lightning with all its might, and Hanli was also injecting what remained of his magic power into the mountain without any reservation, causing it to glow as bright as an incandescent sun. The ball of lightning and combined extreme mountains both began to tremor incessantly as shockwaves erupted in all directions amid deafening explosions. The two of them appeared to be evenly matched, and as time passed, the ball of lightning became smaller and smaller, but Hanli's magic power was also rapidly being expended. If it weren't for the fact that Hanli's magic power was far more abundant than that of the average body integration stage being, it would have most likely already been completely exhausted. Even so, Hanli's expression had become extremely grim as he discovered that his magic power would run out before the combined extreme mountains could completely nullify the ball of lightning. However, Hanli had made extensive preparations for this breakthrough, so he had prepared some rather risky countermeasures for situations of this nature. Thus, he immediately gritted his teeth as he abruptly withdrew his magic power from the combined extreme mountains, then swept a sleeve through the air to release an inky black bracelet, which instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size. Immediately thereafter, a burst of bright golden light radiated through the air as he transformed into a giant golden ape. The Provenance golden body situated above him then disintegrated into specks of golden light before vanishing into the giant ape's body in a flash, while Hanli quickly laid a hand onto his own head to release a golden nascent soul. The nascent soul waved a hand through the air, and several true spirit projections flew out of the giant ape's body. These projections immediately plunged into the body of the nascent soul, following which the nascent soul flew into the massive ape's body as a streak of golden light. In the next instant, the giant ape let loose a thunderous roar as it thumped its own chest violently. At the same time, a series of purplish golden scales appeared all over its body, while an azure horn emerged on its head. What was even more astonishing was that the giant ape had grown 2 extra golden heads on its shoulders and 4 additional scaled arms out of its ribs. However, only 2 of the heads and 2 pairs of arms were substantial in appearance, while the other head and pair of arms resembled blurry projections. Hanli had unleashed his holy nirvana physique, and even though this was still only the second nirvana transformation, it was clearly significantly improved from before. If Hanli could manifest all 3 heads and 3 pairs of arms into a substantial form, then he would have mastered the third nirvana transformation. At this point, the combined extreme mountains was no longer able to resist the ball of lightning without the support of Hanli's magic power, and it split up into 3 balls of spiritual light that scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, the black and white ball of lightning began to descend rapidly once again, crashing into the massive black bracelet in the blink of an eye. Black light flashed beneath the lightning, and the bracelet instantly exploded, releasing countless giant golden beetles into the air. These were none other than Hanli's gold-devouring beetles and beetle monarch candidates. However, all of the beetles were currently rather sluggish and disoriented, doing nothing more than hovering in the mid-air while flapping their wings in a wooden manner. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.